Just as pre-circulated, we're taking a longer lunch today, so breaking for lunch at 11:45 to allow people to head down to Takatai Square and partake in the festivities for Ryan Fox. Had a few requests from people wanting to be able to go down to do that, so we'll break at 11:45 and be back to reconvene at 1:15, so it gives people plenty of time to wander down or do whatever you like to get down there. But we've got a fair bit to get through before lunch, and we'll try and do that. So just ask people to keep on track and ask good short questions, and those answering make good short answers, which is always a trick. So that'll be good. And I have it on very, very good authority that no matter how many times people around this table ask, we will not be getting the opening date for CRL today. So, well, you, in the event of an emergency, you can leave the way you came in. Yeah, if we could just stay off, it's not going to be a mind-blowingly big revelation attributable to someone's question. So that'd be good. So apologies, we have apologies from the Mayor on council business. We have apologies from Mike Lee for lateness and from Matt Winiata for lateness. We have early departure, Desley and Alf on council business. And then Alf and Lotu will be coming in and out. They've got some council requirements to meet with some guests from Japan. Is it Japan? So and so they'll be coming in and out. So just someone like to move the apologies. Thanks, Desley. Second, thanks, Richard. Those in favour say aye. Against, carried. Just a reminder in regards to declarations of interest. Have had none, so we go to the minutes of the meeting of the 23rd of June, open only. Someone like to move those? True and correct. Thanks, Greg. Second, thanks, Shane. Any discussion? Those in favour say aye. Carried. We don't have any items that were not on the agenda that we've been told of. We have no petitions. We had public input. We had Ian McNeil was approved for his public input, but he has pulled out, wanted to talk to us about Harbour Crossing, but he has pulled out. We've got no local board input, so the first item on the agenda is the water care update. So Mark Crowey, Ben, wander on up, and been practising with his clicker, so we should be all good to go. But lovely to have you here, Mark, and welcome, and leave it to you.
Thank you, and Marina, everybody. I'm Mark Kroll. I'm the Chief Program Delivery Officer at Watercare. So I've been at Watercare now for 5 months, and been brought into Watercare to really set up and deliver the long-term capital program of works, which we're going to outline today. My background is in construction, so had a long career both in New Zealand and Australia in the construction industry on large-scale infrastructure projects, and that's everything from large water, wastewater, power, tunnelling, etc. works. So coming into Watercare at a very exciting time with a lot of work ahead of us, and in the first 5 months working with the executive team to develop what that forward program of works looks like, and that's what we're going to discuss today. So this is our 10-year capital program. We've worked through a prioritisation process, and this is giving certainty to Auckland for growth, resilience, just that long-term planning investment, also around statutory and regulatory requirements. So we've prioritised the program based on 4 key criteria. The first one's around statutory and regulatory and consenting requirements. We have a number of our treatment plant works coming up in the next 5 to 10 years that are going through that consenting or needing to go through reconsenting. So really making that a priority. Renewals, including high risk and critical assets in the local network. As we know, and we've actually probably some of you heard on the radio this morning, there's a significant amount of work to be done across New Zealand in the water industry in terms of renewing our ageing infrastructure. And some of this infrastructure is over 100 years old. So really putting a program in place to ensure that we have an enduring program of work to renew the infrastructure across Auckland. Critical treatment capacity to meet Auckland's projected growth. So that's both in our wastewater and our water sector. And projects already in delivery. So we made a decision that projects in delivery, we would continue with those. So what's happening across Auckland? We've moved from a project approach to dealing on a program approach, so a programmatic approach. Previously, we'd looked at individual projects, and some of those projects might not have been aligned with the overall objectives of supplying wastewater or water to certain communities within the Auckland region. So we've now taken a large number of significant projects and put them into what is logical programs of work. And each of these programs of work has an outcome. So unless you deliver the program, you're not delivering the outcome. And just working through these, the first one is the Rosedale Wastewater Treatment Plant project. So obviously on the North Shore, it's our second largest treatment plant in Auckland. We're going through a renewals program there at the moment, and I'll discuss shortly a significant project that we're actually undertaking as well. The Waitemata Water Quality Improvement Project. So CI, we had the opening of CI last week, significant project for Auckland, 1.6 billion. That project's not complete though, and the outcome's not complete until we build the interconnecting interceptors that link into the CI project. So a number of those project works are underway, and they will form this program of work. The Western Water Supply Program. Western Water Supply Program links out in Huia all the way through to Albany. So a new treatment plant in the Waitakaris, linking through the North Harbour 2 water main, which crosses the Greenhithe Bridge, and then through the reservoir in Albany. In that program of work, we've actually got some projects already underway. One of those is the Greenhithe Bridge crossing. So we have what we call NH1, which is the existing water main on one of the bridges at Greenhithe, and we're putting for resilience another water main, NH2, on the second bridge, and we'll do a cutover, so that will provide resilience if one of those bridges fails. We're also doing a scope of work out there in the wastewater space with North Harbour 1 wastewater network, and we're going to construct over the next 2 to 3 years a section of North Harbour 2 in conjunction with North Harbour 1 wastewater. The Mangere Treatment Plant. So Mangere Treatment Plant is the largest wastewater treatment plant in New Zealand. We've got again, significant piece of work underway there with an ongoing renewals program, but also building into the treatment plant for growth. So Mangere takes a significant portion of the Auckland's wastewater, and we're expanding the capacity there for future growth. In addition to that, with Rosedale, we're also growing Rosedale, enlarging Rosedale, with North Harbour 1 to be able to take some of the catchment away from Mangere and take that back to Rosedale, and that will free up Mangere for future growth in the south. The Western Interceptor Program, Wastewater Interceptor Programs. So that's a series of programs across the interceptors across Auckland. Key one that you'll probably all be aware of is the Oraki main sewer, and we've had a couple of failures there recently. So we've got a piece of work underway doing some extensive investigations of that network and the other interceptors to fully understand the condition and prioritise the rehabilitation of that whole sewer network. We've got the Southwest program, which is located down in the Waiuku Clark Beach area. We've just completed the outfall structure there in the Clark Beach wastewater treatment plant. We've now got a project coming to market in the next 6 months, which will be the transmission line. So the transmission line will link from Waiuku treatment plant up to Clark's Beach in that area. And the Waikato Water Program, significant program of work to supply water supply to Auckland from the Waikato River. This is duplicating the treatment plant that exists down in the Waikato at the moment, and then building a reservoir and a 50-kilometre pipeline through to Auckland. So primarily that program is for growth, Auckland's growth, but also provides some resilience as well into the network. And we'll discuss a little bit more on that program shortly. Biosolids, at the moment the biosolids at Mangere goes to Pukatutu Island. That's actually filling up, and so we need to have a solution in the next few years as to what are we going to do with biosolids in Auckland going forward. So that's in the feasibility stage at the moment, and we'll be coming back to this committee in the near term with what some of those solutions could be. And renewals and capital projects program. So there's a significant piece of work. This is actually one of the enduring programs. So some of the other programs actually have a finite outcome. So the Waikato Water Supply program has a finite outcome. Once we've built that program, we've provided that additional drinking water capacity to Auckland. The renewals and capital projects program is enduring, that it'll go on for decades. And this is the program where we're undertaking the upgrades and renewals of the wastewater networks in Auckland, as well as some growth projects in there. This program of work is going to be in the order of in excess of 400 million per year, every year. So significant capital spend to ensure that we're upgrading the network. So that really goes through a summary of the 9 programs that we'll be delivering over the next 10 years and ongoing. So I mentioned earlier the Waikato Water Supply program. This is a very near-term program. We're expecting to go to market later this year with expressions of interest for the works. And as I mentioned, we're building a new water treatment plant. It'll be close to a duplicate of what's there today, 150 megalitre a day water treatment plant, a new reservoir, and then a 50-kilometre pipeline to Auckland, which includes a water crossing. And we're just going through what the various delivery models could be for this program and other programs. Traditionally at Watercare, we're focused on design, procure, and then construct, and we've tended to manage the design and construction phases. We're looking at all sorts of other delivery mechanisms that we can utilise to deliver this program of works. And that could be including D&C, design and construct, and also collaborative types of contracting models. So we have an event which you're probably aware of on Thursday called Flow 26, and that's going to be primarily a industry supplier event to outline to the industry what our plan is going to be going forward, but also to encourage industry to come and invest in New Zealand and really lift all of our supplier base. And that's going to be, I think, a great economic benefit to the whole of the Auckland community. Waitemata Water Quality Improvement Program. So I mentioned Central Interceptor before. The next 2 interceptors that are coming into that program, first one is Motions Catchment. We're looking at going to market with the Motions Catchment later this year for that interceptor. So again, another significant piece of work which will reduce overflows into the harbour. And the second one is the Avondale Collector. So that's also coming to market in the near term. Rosedale Wastewater Treatment Plant. I mentioned before that we're going through a fairly significant renewals program there, but we're also looking at increasing that capacity. And what you're seeing on the screen at the moment is what we call thermal hydrolysis. So we've already been out and shortlisted proponents for this particular contract, significant contract of work. And we've selected 3 parties that are going through to the next phase. So they're starting next week, going into the whole RFP phase, with the view then by the end of the year we will select a proponent to work then through next year in terms of with Watercare in terms of contractor involvement. So it's a very near-term project that is actually happening. I think one of the key messages today and what we're looking at giving to the community and the industry is that Watercare for quite some time has said we're going to do things. Quite often we've kicked the can down the road, not done necessarily what we've said or changed. we're putting a program of work today in place that we're going to do what we say we're going to do. And the renewals and capital projects, so this is in excess of a $400 million year-on-year spend looking at renewing the ageing infrastructure across Auckland. Also in this program we have capital projects, and those projects are looking at the growth areas around Auckland and delivering growth to ensure that we can meet those development needs across the Auckland sector. So just in summary, the projects, key capital projects that are coming to market in the next 12 months, Waikato Water Program, procurement in 2027, Rosedale's actually in progress, Motions catchment improvement, ROI for that, request or for requesting interest from contracting parties, Q4 26, and the Avondale Collector in 27. But in addition to that, there's just the significant projects that we have planned in the next 12 months. On top of that, we have a large range of renewals and growth projects across treatment plants, but also the wider network across Auckland. So the budget for Watercare this year is 1.1 billion, and that's increasing over the coming years up to 1.65, so significant increase in our capital spend. Any questions?
Thank you, Mark. And I have to say that the Motions catchment improvement is one of the best names for a water care project I've ever heard. So questions. First one up, Shane.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just a quick one. What I didn't see in the plan was the Northern Interceptor, and that's an absolutely desperate project for Te Aratu Peninsula in the northwest and the growth that's been happening there over the last 15 years. So where are we at with that?
So the Northern Interceptor is extremely important to Auckland's overall growth. It actually frees up capacity from Mangere Treatment Plant, which is the objective there. So to date we've built the Northern Interceptor Phase 1 and the confluence chamber at Rosedale has just been completed, and we're about to connect that in, so that links the Hobsonville pumping station through. We have a contract approval going to the board next month for Phase 2 of the Northern Interceptor, which runs out to Brighams Creek Road and then connects into Whanuapai. And then following that, in the coming years, we have Phases 3, 4 and 5, which links back into that Te Atatu area, taking those flows away.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Shane. Tote.
Kia ora. In this 10-year capital plan, is there a set engagement program that's going to happen, or are we sort of not there yet?
Engagement program with stakeholders. So in terms of the capital plan we're showing you today, this is Watercare's view at the moment, and what we've got to do, we're obviously working through the water services strategy, and we need to go through a consultation process next year as well. So this is our plan. Things could change in the future. What we're giving councillors and also the supplier community is confidence in the next 12 months. These are the key capital projects that will be going forward. Things could change after that following the consultation phase. And this plan is a living plan, so we're anticipating that we'll be updating this either a 6-monthly or 12-monthly basis, but hopefully not significant changes, but certainly taking on board consultation and feedback.
You mentioned reservoir with regards to the Waikato River. Is that the plan to take us away from using the Waikato River, or is it plus?
So this is the initial plan. There's a further piece of work in terms of our longer term strategy, looking at Auckland's future water source and what that looks like. So that's just into that initial phase, but that will look at the strategies around taking potentially water away from using Waikato water in the future.
Is there any work being done with Waikato Tainui on that end of it?
Yes, certainly. So in terms of that collaboration approach, Waikato Tainui have been involved, and going forward, there'll be a whole collaboration piece about making sure each step of the way, and there's already been engagement as well.
Last one, and excuse me for my asking this. How can 3 years after a flood, Hackett Street happens, and it's had a steel cover on it for most of that time? How can that happen?
And I think that's something I'm not across that. I'm delivering the program today. But maybe if I could get Ben to come back to you on that. Thank you.
I would have liked an answer here now, but never mind.
I mean,
Cool,
what I can say today is that, especially with the renewals program and the work we're doing now and the Interceptor program, we're doing a lot of investigation work into the existing network, and then looking at prioritising the key areas that we think are near-term failures.
I just can't figure out. We had a flood, we had an incident, and a cover was put on it for the next 2.5 years, and nothing was done until yesterday. So that's, yeah, cool, thank you.
It's okay, and I know that the councillor for that area has had a one-on-one with Watercare to discuss it, so it's I'm sure the same questions are asked. Desley.
Well, Mr. Chair, I haven't been, and I get up, all sorts of people.
Yep, and that's right, and so they've committed for Ben to have a chat to you. So Desley.
Yeah, thanks. And there was an email that went around yesterday, I think, with just a sort of an initial response to that. I don't know whether Toe was copied in, but maybe I can send you what I got on it, Toe. Mark, thank you very much. This is really exciting, and I think it's something that Auckland has been crying out for some time. My first question is, how much of the program is renewals versus growth?
It's approximately 40% of the program. This coming year, it's about 50% of the overall program is renewals. And then going forward, it does stay about 50% because the actual upgrades of the treatment plants as well. So we're trying to balance the growth versus renewals within the overall budget capping and affordability. But it ranges between 40 to 50% is renewals, and approximately between 50-60% will be growth going forward.
Thanks. And obviously you're able to do a lot of this work because, of course, the change in legislation. So can you tell me approximately how much you're spending over the 10 years, and then what your annual spend would be on this work?
So over the 10 years, it's a $15.2 billion program. And annually, we're ramping up from 1.1 billion this year to 1.65 billion in about 2 years' time, and we'll hold fairly steady state at that point.
It's great. Thank you, Mark. And my last question is, look, we've had a number of significant projects that have ended up by going over budget, and there's a whole lot of questions around why that is. So what are some of the things you're putting in place to deliver value for money on these significantly large projects so that we can ensure that they are done as efficiently as possible for the money that we've got available?
So a key thing we're doing at the moment is looking at our contracting models is one thing, so getting that early contractor involvement into the project. So we're making sure we're building in the actual design aspects. We're getting that advice up front and around the budgeting and costing there. Also internally looking at our systems and processes. So cross scheduling, we're actually revisiting our whole aspect of how we actually schedule projects and cost control across those projects. So and then probably the third thing in that aspect is where does the risk best fit? Does some of that risk sit with the client rather than putting Watercare, rather than putting that onto the contracting entity, or does it sit with the contractor?
That's good, Mark. Thank you. So without putting a feet to the fire, would it be a fair question or fair statement to say that you would expect that once you have approved the budget for these large projects that you will stay on or below budget?
Correct. My philosophy is we want to deliver ahead of schedule and under budget.
I'm liking what I'm hearing. What does the 10-year capital cost assume about the water charges, knowing that you can't make a profit and know that you can only get your money from where we know you can get your money? But what does it assume about the water charges and the Commerce Commission regulation?
So we're still working through the water services strategy and working through regulation. But the program that we have before us at the moment, in terms of our modelling, is that we're staying within the current charging regime, which has been communicated. And also we've undertaken a fairly successful fundraising through offshore investments. So we've been to the Australian markets, the Asian markets and Swiss market, and being able to raise funds for the program against the asset base that we have.
Thank you. Chair, I don't need to speak, but I'm happy to move or second, and I just want to congratulate Mark and Watercare on this program and his answers that he's given me. That's really good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julie.
Oh, kia ora. Just continuing in the fashion that the chair started the question round in. I remember when Rosedale was considered the natural place to do business on the North Shore. So I just had a question, though, about the lessons from the Central Interceptor. Obviously, it's been a massive project. And I think I'm assuming there will be some kind of review of how it went and what we can learn from it. How will that be presented to us in the near future now that it's basically complete?
So we could present a lessons learned from that. One thing that Watercare is doing very successfully is bringing out a lot of the lessons from the Central Interceptor project back into Watercare. And that's going to be a key thing that we do going forward, is making sure we have a capture lessons learned at the end of each of these projects, what's gone right, what's gone wrong, and feeding that back into the front end. So a real focus on that. So I think we can see that at the moment in Watercare through some of the systems and processes that have been developed off CI, and those actually coming in to help deliver what's going forward. And also too, with my construction background, bringing some of that knowledge into Watercare also.
Yeah, I would be really interested, Chair, and somehow we could get that in front of us, much like we've asked for one for the CRL as well. And I'd be particularly interested, obviously there's practical lessons for Watercare and its infrastructure delivery, but I think there's also a lot of lessons from the comms and engagement.
Yes.
My observation is that Central Interceptor did a really good job of that, and that has lessons for the whole council organisation. So is that something, obviously you'll have your internal focus, but there could be some lessons learned that the rest of the organisation could adopt too. Will that be included?
We can include that back.
That'd
Yes.
be great.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. I believe the Mayor wants to write a book called The Tale of Two Tunnels, he said yesterday. Alf.
Atamare he mana, good morning, Chair. Atamare koutou katoa to all that are here, and tēnā koe, Mark. Look, the question is going to be on slide 3, and it's that is what's happening across Auckland. Now, with the fast track process that we have in place currently, does the proposed 10-year capital investment program, is that used as your input for any approved applications?
Does it take into account the fast track applications?
Yeah, so they have the fast track process, and there's input from Auckland Council and obviously Watercare. Does this program, does that have the input that is required for the fast track process? If it's no, what is used to your whakaaro, your input on the fast track approved applications? Nothing about the applicants themselves. I just want to know what is used for the input that is required with the fast track process.
So the plan that we're showing here supports our capacity maps and the growths around that. Fast track process, obviously we don't know what's coming up in the future, and it's quite often it can be outside our areas that we're servicing. So we need to just deal with that on a case-by-case basis.
Kia ora, thank you, Mark.
Yourself, Ken.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. I was a little late, sorry. Did you speak about the Huia treatment plant rebuild and the pipeline there? It's been an announcement in our area that the pipeline's now being built first and the treatment plant's being slowed. Is that correct?
I did cover that off, but just in that, There's, in terms of the pipeline being built first, it's probably the section of pipeline that we're building across Greenhithe Bridge for resilience, and also building a section of the North Harbour 2 pipeline in conjunction with the Northern Interceptor.
So
pipeline as
the
well.
raw water supply line, which was announced the other day, is not got a start date, is that correct?
Correct. We're just finalising the preferred route on that, and then we'll be going through the consenting process to have that consented.
So so what was told to the public last week was an indication only, is that correct?
It'll be indication probably.
Okay. The solids, one of the considerations is incineration of solids, correct? Are we really close with council on this discussion? Because there's a synergy there where council's looking for how they're going to handle. So are we making sure that the possible dual benefits there are being investigated and kept on the table?
What I can say on that at the moment is we're just finalising what the options could be, and I believe it's later this year that we'll be coming back to consult on that. So,
My point being that it could change the primary option if we found it had two major advantages. So I wanted to make sure that was kept on the table.
I agree.
Thank you. The water treatment plant on the Waikato, I didn't see here, did you speak about that idea of recycling wastewater? And I understand that the probability of recycled wastewater would be that it would be discharged back into the Waikato to offset our dependency on the Waikato. Is that anywhere in this strategy?
It's not in the strategy, and that's part of our consideration of looking at what the future water source for Auckland could be like. So that's a future piece of work that's underway. There's lots of thoughts out there around what could or could not happen, but I think the piece of work that we'll be doing over the next 1 to 2 years will certainly come back and have a heavy consultation process, both with council, but we'll probably need to go through the community as well. Sorry, we'll need to go through the community.
Okay, thank you.
Richard?
Kia ora, and thank you. First, just a quick one with Member Henaday's questions. I asked for a briefing last night and got some really good information this morning, but I don't think anyone, maybe apart from Deputy Mayor and probably Councillor Lee, have received that. So it'd be cool if we had all get a bit of information, because we do hear a lot about big holes opening up, but I hadn't heard a lot about this one at all until yesterday. I know there's been hundreds of things, but it's a pretty significant one. So if we could all, including the Haukura members, be informed about that.
No, we'll certainly do that, and I'll get Ben to come back to everybody here
Okay,
with a
thank
summary
you.
on that.
Yeah, I've already spoken to Ben, yeah. The question I have, and I know not all the details are public yet or finalised, but, and I'm catching up with Jamie this week, but on the capital program, I guess, do you have some thoughts on whether some of those big, hefty, important projects, are we pushing to the higher end of what we might think at the behest of potentially some really important, slightly smaller local projects in the sort of 10s and 20s? And do you think there's a bit of work to balance up how we, prioritise those things in the time of the 10-year plan?
The projects that we've outlined today, and as an exec, we've gone through that prioritisation process, and these are all critical projects for Auckland. I mean, we need to build Waikato. We need that water by 2035. And, people think, oh, we're in 2026 now, back into 26, it's a long time. To build a construction project like that, we're starting to run out of time quickly. So we need to build those large projects. The renewals and capital projects program is where those smaller projects all come in, and they will be phased over the years based on the various criteria and needs in the community.
And some of that, I think, is about communicating that. Last question, and I know it's an OPEX related question, but it relates to the CapEx. Can we ensure that some of the work, so some of the great work on the shore, the safe network stuff that we work with Casta Bay, Milford, Takapuna say, if we could be doing a bit more of that on a regular basis, that can make a massive difference compared to these massive projects. So is there a way that your team from the capital side can be ensuring that the mix of OPEX related kind of programs kind of match with or kind of supplement any delays in some of those smaller capital projects?
Yes, and in terms of the Renewals Capital Projects program, some of those areas you've just mentioned, there actually is capital projects in those smaller ones to do that work. There's also, not mentioned in this large program of work, a OPEX budget as well that the operations teams hold, and that's a reasonable budget annually as well, which is to undertake further works in those areas. Yep.
Thank you. Daniel?
Yeah, good morning. Sorry, I was a little bit late in getting here, Mark, but I've had quite a detailed discussion with Priyan already. So my questions, and if you can't give much more detail on it, that's okay. I'm very supportive of the Waikato water supply program because I can see the need for resilience across the network. The scale of that is probably not well understood. So how close are you to, or how tight will those numbers be at this stage? Because these are just incredible numbers that we're going to be talking about, and I don't really want to see delays because I know that there needs to be resilience in that network. I can see why this would need to be phased ahead of Huia, but the work in relation to the construction for that new supply line, how close are you on your numbers for that?
On the numbers?
Yeah.
We do have the estimates as to what we believe the budget is for that complete program of work. And it is a significant, as you're alluding to there, it's a significant number.
The challenge is going to be to really get these sorts of numbers and the scale of the numbers that you're talking about with your funding plan socialised with around this table as well, because I don't really think that some of us really have the level of insight as to what the implications will be in terms of your financial funding and the program of works around this.
The scale of the Waikato project is going to be very similar to the scale of CI. Yep.
Correct. So then, supplementary to that, the wastewater interceptor program at Drury, I mean, that is the start of effectively reversing the wastewater instead of going to Mangere, going to Pukekohe, of course, which is quite important for the back end of mine Councillor Winiata's ward, because at the moment we've got holding tanks that are under pressure because, of course, they're the last in the network before you can flush everything else further up towards Mangere. So I support that as well. I mean, once again, how close are you on the numbers there? That would be a few. Wouldn't be quite as progressed in terms of your thinking on the numbers.
Sorry, I didn't get that last bit.
How close are you on the numbers for the interceptor program at Drury and taking that out to Pukekohe?
Yes, so we've again got allocations in the budget over that 10-year period for the Drury area to actually provide that network upgrade there.
Okay, so those numbers really won't be able. I mean, I can understand where the Deputy Mayor is talking about in terms of the value for money proposition, trying to, grind those costs down. But in terms of the resilience of the network, those costs are unlikely to be able to achieve significant savings. But I expect that you'll obviously focus on value for money. In terms of the renewals, I mean, how much confidence do you have at the moment that you have a really good understanding of particularly the old isthmus network, which is the oldest part of the network, and needs significant renewals investment because those pipes are just obviously they're not working as well as they can, because that goes to the whole focus on the depreciation funding for your works program. Mm-hmm. Some people don't necessarily support funding depreciation, but I think the balance of us do. So can I just understand that's driven very much off your knowledge of the AMP? Are there gaps in the AMP in terms of your information for knowledge for focusing on the renewals investment, or is that as tight as it could be in terms of your information?
So in terms of the infrastructure network, we obviously have our local network and our transmission network. We're just starting to develop a really good understanding of the condition of the transmission network, and that includes the Aoraki main sewer plus the other main transmission networks. And at the completion of that, or as we're completing that, we're actually putting together then a maintenance program to actually for upgrades and renewals, working on obviously the critical areas first, and then working through the less critical.
Yeah, my one final question, Chair, because those local lines beyond the main transmission network need to be fully understood as well, because we don't all want a Wellington situation. Because Wellington just didn't have the level of information about their local network beyond the main transmission line. That's why you've seen significant failure there. So what's the time frame for you having a really good understanding of that local network beyond the main transmission lines?
I'll need to come back to you on that because I'm across the transmission, but the local network, our focus is obviously the main transmission lines at the moment. They're critical to Auckland. They're quite often the older networks. And then if we can come back to you on the local network.
Thank you, Chair.
Greg?
Yes, just through you, Chair. Congratulations, Mark, on your position there. You may be able to answer this, and this really picks up on the earlier question that was asked around the fast tracking. It's just with your experience from overseas and your background there, I'm just curious because some of these fast tracks, when we get down to look at them individually, some of them may want to have their own treatment plants. And my understanding is the board at Watercare aren't keen on that because of past experiences. But going forward, because this is out of council's control, you know, these things are getting fast-tracked and getting consent approval, so it'll end up coming back in terms of some sort of plant probably wanting to be built there by the landowner. So how do we, I'm calling on your past experience, how do we ensure that what does get built in the future is to the right standard, and I don't know if those things should be invested back to Watercare or not, you know, should they just remain there? So have you got any high level kind of thoughts about what you're feeding back to the, you know, within the management team? Probably ends up back in the board's decision about how we are going to deal with that going forward in terms of having the right standard of facilities there that don't fail going forward.
I think there really the key thing is making sure that any networks that are built through the fast track project that may fall outside the Watercare servicing area are actually built and inspected and approved to the standards that we'd expect everywhere else. And I think we need to be quite diligent on how we do those inspections and potentially even pay greater focus on those areas. Because the risk to all of us is that in the future, if they do come back into, say, Watercare, and I know we're dealing with some at the moment, where there are some leaks, etc., coming into the system because they weren't built to the standards. So it's really through that inspection process and making sure we hold the developers in those areas to the same standard we'd expect everywhere else.
Thank you for that. I might just direct this question to Barry Potter, who's here. And Barry, that's about how we ensure that you know, what mechanisms do we have in our consenting process, etc., to ensure that that what Mark's just outlined, we can actually be diligent, well, not diligent, but then, yeah, ensuring the integrity of it going forward. Is that through our own consenting processes, or because I imagine it comes out of Watercare's direct influence, and then it becomes a council kind of mandate?
I believe that's correct, but it does require specialist inspection and oversight, which I think Watercare have. So we do call on Watercare as part of that.
Okay, so when fast track gets approved through that approval process, at some future date, if a developer then wants to develop some sort of facility there, they'll have to apply for consent for that. And at that point, we can put the standards in place. I think there's something might.
I might just ask.
Yeah.
Come and join me, Megan.
Thanks, Megan.
Just putting my jacket on. Morning, councillors. Yes, so, and I think this is one of the challenges that we know is coming up. We've had it in the past a little bit, but that is why we get our Watercare involved in all of the fast track applications. if it does get approved through the panel process, and there is maybe some private system approved through, then that can sometimes work fine. But I know that Watercare have had a lot of had some experiences where that has not worked, and that in the future, Watercare or council are often the last person standing and having to deal with that. So in broad terms, council's generally not supportive of having private systems. I think there is a conversation that we'll be shortly having. You had a little bit of it in the Plan Change 120 conversation last week about, in these circumstances, is council going to try and enable this kind of development, or are we going to be quite staunch and just not really want to enable any of this at all? So there is that kind of conversation. We will be having that with you quite soon through the LTP conversation as well.
I look forward to those conversations, Mr. Chair, and thank you. Sorry that's slightly off topic, Mark, but that was helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ken, just a quick follow-up.
Yeah, thank you. Your question, just two very quick ones. Is there anything not happening we should know about?
No, I mean, the infrastructure program that we have here is covering all of Auckland. We've tried to balance that with renewals and growth needs. We can't obviously cover everything in the short term. It's a long-term plan, but it is flexible. So that's the key thing I think I want to stress today, is that what you're seeing is, and we will be presenting to the industry on Thursday, is that the next year, this is what we're coming to market with, and we want people to get ready for that, because we've already discussed there's some fairly big chunky projects. Going forward, then we will be looking at priorities within that plan, and that plan will be updated every 6 to 12 months.
Thank you. And last thing, when you get vested asset in a depreciated state, who funds that depreciation? Is there any sort of depreciation funding coming from the people who you're getting the asset vested from, or do you start from zero yourselves?
I believe we start from zero, but what I'll do is I'll get Ben to come back to you on that.
Thank you.
Answer that question.
Chris.
Tēnā koe, Mark. The plight of the orphaned asset. There's been a few over the years. My first question is flowing out of the last question you had from Councillor Newman, whereby his question was around the status of some of the assets, and you were going to get back to him. I just wanted to draw your attention to the fact that this question has been asked at a previous update, as we have had today. So in going back to get further information on it, could you say that this is the second request on that particular item? I'd be very grateful for that. Secondly, I have a question, and it's good to hear the support around the table for wanting to do a comprehensive review around the Central City Interceptor. And maybe it's a question better posed to Barry, I'm not sure. But in framing any review, I am assuming that there will be some careful consideration given to the original business proposal, the advantages, disadvantages of independence in that situation, the advantages, disadvantages of a CCO equivalent as opposed to a council decision-making process. So I'm assuming that you will be going back to the authors of the original proposal, for those of us who were sitting around the table at that time, to perhaps people who are no longer part of the organisation, people like Ravine Jadaram. And I wonder that it needs some resolution, and I wondered whether the chair would entertain something. I know primarily you are here to talk about the capital investment going forward for the next 10 years, but this is a really important issue for significant projects and investment. Barry, could you speak to it briefly, and whether, Chair, you would consider that there be something within the, rather than just thanking our speaker today, or receiving this report, that we acknowledge that a review will be undertaken? Barry?
Council, that would be a well worthwhile exercise. There is a similar exercise underway, independently being done, led independently on CRL, which will be completed probably looking at 2 or 3 months out. This would tie in nicely with that. They're quite different in different ways, but there is much to be learned from how these projects have been commissioned and undertaken. I think that would be well worthwhile doing.
I would be really grateful for that, and I think looking at the governance arrangements is a critical part of that. So I'm assuming that in any information being sought or debriefs being given, that there will be the most senior people from the very inception of such a project. But to that end, would the chair entertain formally resolving that such a review be undertaken?
Yeah, look, I have no problems with that. I mean, it'd be great to get this before the meeting, so we're not scrambling to jerry up resolutions now. But I have no issue with that. It makes sense. It's been committed to, so I don't think we need a long discussion on it. So Desley was going to move it. If you're happy to rattle up a second part of the recommendation that we undertake a review of the Central Interceptor project, that would be fine. Okay, no further questions. Thank you, Mark. Will the staff are just ripping something up briefly?
Thank you.
Appreciate your report. Nice and clear and succinct answers. Well done. Any discussion? So Desley's moving. Is there a seconder? We're just waiting to get up.
I'd already put my hand up for a second.
So it'll come up in 2 ticks. Okay, so that'll be coming up on the board. It's there's already a commitment to do it, but I mean that just puts it in writing. So everyone will put that. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And against? Carried. Thank you. Next item is CRL update. So a team of people. So while that team comes up, Barry can lead off.
Thank you, Chair. We have the full team of the One Client Alliance, pretty much the full team represented here, which is CRL, Auckland Transport, Auckland One Rail and Kia Rail. The project, I'm sure you'll hear through the presentation, is making really great progress. And I'll speak, I'm sure, to lessons learned. The one thing, and thank you, Chair, for raising this earlier, if we can, we won't be talking today about the opening date, except to say it is getting closer day by day, and hopefully it's not too far away from announcements, but we'll just leave that. If we can avoid questions around that, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Pat, I'll lead it to you to lead off on picking.
Kia ora. Good morning, everyone. I'll take the slide as read, but this is just highlighting that we achieved practical completion of the project on 30 June 2026, which is a major milestone for the project and for particularly and also for the contractor Link Alliance. which, as you know, is made up of construction companies, Vinci, Solitach, Machi and Downer, along with the designers, ACOM, Tonkin and Taylor and WSP. So it basically means the project is substantially complete. It also represents a key milestone in terms of transfer of control of the project to my partners on the left with KiwiRail and Auckland Transport. So it's a big milestone for us. It also means the building site is safe or the building is safe and ready for use. Insurance obligations transfer at that point too. At the same time, we also transferred ownership, the value of the assets, therefore, and management transferred to Auckland Transport for the stations and KiwiRail for the tunnel and track. From a value approximation, it's roughly 1/3 in the tunnel and track and 2/3 in the stations. Because there's a lot of complexity and cost in the build of the stations and the systems that the stations require. I'd like to highlight, as I might have touched on before, that the Code of Compliance certificates that we required for each station, and quite a massive undertaking, several terabytes of information were sent to Council, but they did a phenomenal job in providing the Code of Compliance certificates before we reached practical completion, which for major projects is virtually unheard of. So, as I've said before, we're really pleased with the partnership and collaboration we've had from the Auckland Council regulatory team, because that's a major achievement, and I think something that'll come out of the lessons learned as an opportunity for other large-scale projects to build off. But a big thank you to Council team for that. So where we are now, having transferred the assets to our partners, we are in a 2-year defects period, and that will therefore go through to the middle of 2028, whereby we would then achieve hopefully what they call final completion. What we're doing at the moment is closing out residual, we call them snags or minor defects that were existing at practical completion, and these are critical. That we're certainly focused on the ones that are critical for us opening the railway or day one. So there's a list of those. We focus on the safety critical minor defects and also service critical. There are virtually no safety critical snags at this point, and we're largely focused on the service critical ones. There is work going on with minor defects that are not considered safety and service critical, but again, our primary focus is on those that are safety and service critical. Those minor defects range in terms of degree of difficulty and time taken to resolve, but I can report that we are on schedule for the resolution of those in the time frame that we would expect. And I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Pat. So in preparation for day one, we undertook a rehearsal of the day one timetable and service pattern on the 9th of July, and that included across the whole network, not just through CRL train services, train control systems obviously, and customer information systems across the board. The rehearsal did follow previous tests and previous lessons learnt from the trials undertaken in January and April. The rehearsal is considered a success, and there's no further timetable impediments to opening day, and the timetable trial did actually demonstrate good reliability and punctuality of the service pattern, resilience to recover from disruptions, and there were some disruptions on the day, and what was very pleasing was to be on the network and talking to staff who demonstrated a high confidence in the operation and the service patterns and the timetables that have been developed. The following few days, on the 10th to the 12th of July, final works were undertaken across the network, which included by QRL final work for ETCS European Train Control System on freight, also further works at Henderson Station and level crossing replacements. So we are now entering into the final stages of readiness, remaining steps. The project is, as Pat's mentioned, just working through with emergency services to close out the recommendations and outcomes from the emergency services tests and trials that have now been predominantly completed. That will lead into final safety certification, which will then allow our rail operator, Auckland One Rail, to obtain the final safety case variation approvals from the rail regulator, NZTA, and KeyRail to also achieve their safety case variations. That enables the final stage, which is staff roster and workplace change confirmation. AOR have to go through a 5 to 6 week process and to just change rosters, change workplace locations for their staff, and allow staff to have a final consultation process through that. In parallel, we're on track to finalise all customer information and digital information channels as well. There are a number of milestones coming up across the network over the next few weeks. Henderson Station is on track to be open shortly, the extension to the third platform. Drury and Pirata stations will be opened by KeyRail this weekend, with services commencing on Sunday. And we have progressively started opening the pedestrian overbridges at GI. That happened on Friday. And Tamahia and Takanini will be open in the next few weeks as well.
Morning, everyone. So just in terms of what the public can expect as we get towards this phase, so everyone is obviously anticipating the date being announced. And as Mark said, there's a 5 to 6 week process, and that's the time frame within which everyone can also expect the public announcement to be made. We also confirmed yesterday that we'll be delivering what we're calling our first look at the stations. These are public events that will allow the Aucklanders and I guess maybe people from further afield to come and have a look through the new stations. So the dates of those will be the 8th of August for Maungawhau Station, the 15th for Karanga Ahapea, and the 22nd for Te Waihorotiu. They will be free but ticketed events, so they'll that's in order to manage, I guess, the crowds and the flow of people on the day. We're obviously hoping a lot of people will come to these pretty significant scale events, and other projects that have done similar open days, that they've proved very, very popular. So we are looking forward to welcoming people to do those. And then, of course, the first day of CRL operations, a new network will go live. That will be on a Sunday. And again, we're probably expecting quite a bit of interest on that day. So there will be first trains on each of the new lines, which we will share with the public for the very keen, for the very early in the morning. And we'll obviously be providing extra customer support and communication during that day, just in terms of making sure everybody who is showing up to use the network on that day and in the following days when it goes into weekdays and people heading to the office, that people know that the service has changed and there's extra people, ambassadors there out to support them and answer their questions. And as it says there, we were expecting a high level of media interest. Just a little bit more on those first looks. I mentioned that they will be ticketed, so the tickets will be available firm, if you like, a week before. And we're asking people to come in the hour they've signed up for. We will have some, I guess, more targeted hours during those sessions, including one that is quiet, low sensory, that's for people who, for a variety of reasons, prefer or need that in order to engage with an event like that. Trains won't be running to the new stations on these days, but we will be encouraging people to use public transport to get there. There's obviously options to connect by bus, and it will be possible to drive, but we obviously want to encourage the use of public transport to get there. Worked really closely with the 3 business associations on their activities during the days of this event. We're obviously hoping that if a lot of people attend, they will also then go and deliver a bit of a boost out to those local businesses, and they'll be having a role inside the station during the events as well. and we won't be providing anything inside the events that compete with local businesses in terms of food or drink or anything like that. And across the council group, close collaboration, and Tātaki will be looking at what's happening around the city on the same day. The other thing we shared yesterday was our preview journey planner tool, enabling people to have a look at how their journeys are going to change and hopefully for many how their journeys will improve when the city railing opens. Given that every train service across Auckland is changing when we do this, we're really putting the effort into making sure people know about it and are prepared for what it will look like. That looks and feels similar, well, it is in fact a part of our existing journey planner tool, but allows you to see the trip post the CRL using the new train services. And you know, people will experience a range of changes, including the time they catch their train at their local station might be different, even if it ultimately takes them to the same destination. And they'll have new options to travel by train that may be more convenient than current train options. So we're really promoting the use of that. And some of the other tools we'll be using, I've outlined on the slide, but making sure both our existing customers and potential ones are well informed about the change before they experience it on their first day travelling after the CRL opens.
Kia ora tātou, Mr Chair, councillors. My learned colleagues have spoken about the preparation for day one. The mission now is to sustain the performance and the reliability of the asset so we can continue delivering for our customers. So where are we at the moment with respect to the key highlights? We are working with our regular maintenance cadence from midnight to 5 in the morning on Sunday to Thursday to maintain the asset. We have cut our reactive way of working in the last 2 years since 2024 by 33%, and with effect today we're around 60 to 65% less reactive than we were based on the level of investment and our new ways of working as at today. We're making use of technology systems such as drones, information suites that are being imported onto our mobile inspection cars to work on a data-led intelligence-rich environment so we can intervene early and maintain the level of service we need for the asset to deliver 16 trains an hour based on the timetable requirements of our customers and our funders. The asset renewal and upgrade program, we will be using an advanced forward look in the next 12, 24, 36 months. We'll be looking at partial network closures. Partial. We are not shutting the network, those days are finished. We'll be using technology and we'll be using the annualised periods of our holiday breaks, around 36 days annually, thereabouts, to use partial network shuts to maintain the network for invasive work that needs to be done based on the time and scale. And they'll be done at Christmas, Easter and some of the public holidays. But they'll be done so we can still operate services for the people of Auckland. So we'll be working around the services to allow the trains to run. So what can you look forward to with respect to when CRL opens? Future shutdowns will be partial network closures. They will not be full network shuts. That is a thing of the past, as I reiterated previously. The way that will be developed will be a forward forecast, a minimum of 12 to 24, working on 36 months advance warning to our partners of when those closures, those partial network shuts will be, where they will be, what the impact will be, and what services will continue to run for the people of Auckland. For the summer of 26 and 27, the network will remain open for services until the 2nd of January, and then we'll be commencing a series of shuts or partial closures on the southern line and the western line to complete vital works, the commissioning of the Manurewa crossovers for signalling, the commission of Pirata works for the Mission Bush line linking to the NIMT South, and also on the western line. Those have been well publicised and communicated by our partners to the public. There will be no trains run in the October Labour weekend period. That is full open services for the people of Auckland. The only period of partial closures between now and Christmas will be the weekends of 7th and 8th of November and the 14th and 15th of November. It's important to note that non-essential CRL work has been prioritised after the testing so that we can ensure that the new assets are fully integrated to the old assets. Next slide, please. Thanks, Mark. Might be it. That's it. End of questions. Any questions?
Thank you, team. Okay, first question, Tope. Surprised me.
Kia ora, Chair, thank you. I was going to ask two questions, but the first one is answered every time in the past, so it doesn't look like we're going to get an answer to that one. But what's next for, once it's open, what's next for the rail corridor here in Tamaki? Is there some big plan or what?
Through the chair, yes, there's a 30-year program business case, which is jointly developed about 2 years ago between QRL and AT, and that outlines every capital program and operational improvement that is planned over the next 30 years or so. In the very short term, over the next 6 to 12 months, we're looking to increase frequencies across the network as we bed in the day one timetable. And of course, there's the ongoing program of level crossing removals and grade separation, which will allow us to further increase frequencies across the network. That will also require additional fleet. So after CRL, we'll be looking at starting procurement activities around that as well.
Is there anything big happening between, say, Helensville and Henderson over that next period?
Councillor, as part of the program business case that Mark alluded to, there is in the 30-year program, Avondale Southdown Crosstown Railway link that is being scoped as part of that strategic plan. With respect to the specific parameters you asked in your question, at the moment, it's just that crosstown component that has been looked at in the longer term, medium to longer term.
Will I get to see it?
Yeah, the program business case has been jointly worked with, as Mark alluded to, with AT and KiwiRail, so it is available to view and it's part of our strategic planning. So in my mind, visibility to council would be something that could be, Mark, you might be able to add to that.
Sorry, you're referring to the program business case? Could you see that, or the actual works?
It might have been tongue-in-cheek, but
yeah.
I mean, I'm getting on, and I hope to have at least another 20 years. So
you definitely see some of the works in that period.
Greg.
Yeah, thank you. I think the signalling of the opening of the CRL also triggers another signal to me, and that was around the investigation of trains to Huapai. I just want to raise it again because we've got the right people in the room. And the question's in the context of, my understanding is once the CRL got open, there might be some capacity to look at how trains to Huapai might be up to worked up, who might be funding it. It has to be a joint response, Mr Chair, between Auckland Council, Auckland Transport and KiwiRail in terms of where does that funding come from and how does it happen, if it's going to happen, and when will it happen. So my question is, just because we've got the right people in the room, who would be sponsoring that, and would we have anything back in time for the LTP processes? Because a part of its funding, I'm looking really for a time frame when we might be able to get some initial work done in case it can be incorporated into the upcoming LTP. and who's driving it? Who's the sponsor of that to get that work underway? I thought it might have been driven by Kiwi Rail, but I may be wrong. So if I could get some advice on that.
As we've, and QL has previously said, yes, there will be capacity to look at that again after CRL opens. There's been a number of studies, as councillors are aware, over the years. In terms of sponsorship, I would suggest it's probably a combination of AT and QRL, coming back to the council on that further review and a timeline around it. Would there be enough work to build in a budget into LTP? Probably not, and the work needs to be redone to look at the capital investment.
Thanks, Mark.
Sarah.
Thank you. Great to see the sensory option. Cheers for that. I have to admit, I took a while to find it because you had to click on the link from the email that you sent. So I did for a while there. I thought I was going to ask you a very grumpy question this morning, but I'm not going to. The question I actually had, I can't sort of see from the presentation, I haven't been able to figure out what the kind of success measures are for the sort of first 6 months or so, and whether we'll get kind of eyes on that at some point. Like I can see the plans and the aspirations and things like that, but it's I haven't seen anything that's kind of measurable yet. So will we get a chance to see that, or can you expand on that now?
I guess ultimately the measures of success come through the SOI with our patronage targets and performance targets around punctuality and reliability. That's ultimately what the customer is looking for. Reliability of service, availability of service, delivery against the timetable that's published. So we'll be reporting against the SOI, including rail patronage outcomes as well.
So that there won't be any special CRL related targets, if you like. It's kind of the adaptation of the current ones. Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
Correct, because the CRL is an integral part of the whole rail network. So we're measuring the performance of the whole rail network, including the performance of the assets from QRL. So at the moment, for example, we are measuring things at a lower level, obviously, in terms of KPIs. So the asset performance is measured against what we call temporary speed restrictions across the network. There's a target for us to deliver our reliability and punctuality against a timetable of what we call lost minutes across the network of 4.5 minutes in the hour. And at the moment, QRL are well within that target for day one launch of currently around 2 minutes, 20 seconds. So we are measuring, obviously, performance at a lower level as well.
Perhaps I might just add a little bit more of Councillor and Mark. There is a benefits realisation plan, which is currently in draft, that's being worked through at the moment, which looks at much broader at the benefits from CRL as well. And that will come to committee when it's completed, or a final version.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard.
Thank you. Very excited. First question is about the question you said we couldn't ask, but about the opening date. Obviously, it feels like my favourite day of August 30 is gone. But is there any way in the next couple of days that it can be announced just what month? Because there is a lot of people getting upset, concerned. There's a lot of businesses who just want kind of hope. Some people are like, is it August, September, or is it November, December? And I think just putting something out there to give people another bit of, oh, okay, so it's around this time. I know you're going to say no, but I think people deserve a little bit of direction if you know it. And I know the two issues behind the scenes why there's a little bit of delay. Is there any way to bring down that 6-week date announcement at all? Can we help?
At this point, can we just hold that, please? Yeah, look.
I mean, but like we're getting asked, well, I'm getting asked all the time. I think we just need to know, is there any way to squeeze down that 6-week period? Maybe there isn't, but can any of us do advocacy to whoever to help? If there's no way to help, then there's no way to help. But if I didn't ask.
It's the most common question I think everybody at that table and myself gets asked. Let's just keep on working through the process, and it is getting closer, if I may.
Okay. Thank you. Two other questions. On the shutdowns, can we make sure somehow that days like New Year's Eve, Auckland Anniversary Day, that we think about, yes, we need to have summer shutdowns, but I think people go, we're a big city, we should be able to catch the train home, things like that. Are there thinking going on about that, how that works?
Yeah, 100%, Councillor. I think what we worked with AT was for the Christmas closure. We're making sure that Christmas Day, Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, that period from the 25th through to the 2nd of January, as an example, was open to the public so they can run services, so a modern city can actually have a commuter network they can rely on. And we want to enable those special events to be supported, and more importantly, the people to go to the heart of the city. So the design thinking around that is exactly where we wish to be going forward, and that is in the modelling.
Okay, that's great news. On the timetables, great to see them, and it's looking good. There's lots of improvements there, including at the night. But I will ask, is there any wriggle room with those late night times? Even the Wednesday, Thursday, is there any way to make it a little bit later? It does seem a little early to be shutting, especially for workers or people who want to go out and have dinner and a few drinks. Is there going to be a 6-month window where we might move some of those times? I know you're trying to do the shutdown to do maintenance after midnight, and you got a bit better in the weekend, but.
Yeah, look, that's another good question. And the forward forecast, the reason we're going for I talked about a 12, 24, 36-month planning horizon. The intention is to be at a position of preventative maintenance in the next 2 years or so, or thereabouts. That's the aim, because we've got to bed in the asset, get the cadence and the tempo of the network working. And to your point, yes, it is in our thinking that eventually we talk with our rail partners, and particularly with AT, around the frequency of services, because the intent for a modern city would to have later running of services for long weekends and those sorts of things. Again, that is in the thinking. I can't put a timeline on it, but that is our challenge as the maintainer and the asset owner to our partners in terms of delivering what they need around a reliable asset. But to your point, it's in our thinking. I can't give you a timeline on it, but it's certainly something that is on our radar.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ken? Thank you, Mr. Lambert. You keep... You're now talking about the timetable as the day one timetable. So is it is it flexible from there on? And is it?
It's the day one timetable because it's day one. It's the base timetable that's been modelled, that's been consulted on through the RLTP, the RPTP, and if that timetable operates well, and we've got no reason to expect it not to, given that we've now rehearsed it and tested it, etc., that is the structure for that timetable, for the service structure. What we do want to do is increase the frequencies against that.
Thank you. Second question, we're about to spend an extraordinary amount of money, of $4.8 billion on the Northwestern busway, so it's said in the paper, for one section of it. Up there in Kumeu, we're going to buy some properties. Right on the other side of those properties is the railway line. Would you not consider that Kumeu is really ripe for a very integrated and special transport hub? So would you agree with that?
I'm not sure I can agree with that just yet, but as we've said earlier in response to a question, we are committed with Keyrail to doing a piece of work after Keyrail opens to look at Huapai.
I'm not trying to find the sponsor, I'm trying to find the handbrake. So we run freight trains on that line all the time, correct?
We run not 5 services a week, but that'll expand.
And is there any physical impediment why we can't get passenger carriages through the Swanson Tunnel?
Various studies before have identified what capital work would be needed, and it is in the tens of millions, and that's the piece of work I'm referring to that we've committed to do after CRL, which is to review that and to come back with the actual requirements to potentially operate a passenger service.
Okay, last question. Do you think you could sneak those tens of millions out of the 4.8 billion that we're spending on the busway and do it all at once? rhetorical, please.
You don't have to answer that. Desley.
Thanks. Look, I had a question also on your future shutdowns because I know we're not going there with the opening date, but if you just think it's got to be somewhere between now and Christmas, there's going to be a very short period of time when everything opens up, then you begin to do partial shutdowns again, right? And so I'm keen to know where I can find those future January 26, 27 shutdowns, where they're going to be and when they're going to be. And my second question is aligned with, are you talking to Auckland Council events and people who are activating summer-based activities, especially in the central city, that you are not shutting down when something major is happening at Eden Park, at Go Media, in the central city, just so there is a bit of an alignment here?
Yeah, Disney. As I said, alluded to before, with our rail partners on joint comms and giving a forward look and optic around what the partial closures look like. The focus is obviously to rebuild patronage. It's been and have less disruption. We're moving away from what we've done in the past, thank God, and we're now moving to something that is tangible. What the intent is, to Kiwi Rail Comms and AT Comms would be talking about what that joint storybook looks like for 12 months and then predict out to 24 and then give businesses and the public an exact picture of what parts of the network may be disrupted based on the need to continue to do more invasive maintenance over those holiday periods, where that is, what the locations are, what type of work. So it's really closer, collaborative, using all of our media modes, and really AT leading the charge with respect to interfacing with the community and the business owners in Auckland, but Kiwi Rail providing the collateral and the exactness around where those partial closures, I'm not using the word shut, partial closures are on the network, so we continue to run services. The other key thing we've had from Mark and our partners in AT, that special events need to be sponsored, right? So we are working around not avoiding disruption for special events so that they can occur to rebuild patronage, more importantly, build the confidence and assurance of the people of Auckland. They have a metro network that they can use because we need to rebuild the heart, and we're very aware as a maintainer we need to work around that.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I look, it's probably inappropriate, and maybe I'll call it a rhetorical question, but to the media in the room, can we somehow set an expectation so it's not negative? You've opened, it's fantastic, and all of a sudden it's shut again. We have to keep that positive narrative going. You will need some significantly good comms, and I suggest that you talk to some of the people in this room as a start of a 10.
Julie.
Kia ora. I have a question about, it's sort of outside of the remit of the direct stations that you've been working on, which are looking amazing. But what else we need to be thinking about as we look at the LTP and our work program for the next sort of projects to enable more frequency, more trains, getting to that 8 trains per hour. So, you know, what do we need to be doing as council to secure the projects and investment that will take us to that next step when the time comes?
We have included, obviously, in the current bids for the LTP and our LTP, what we expect we will need over the next 10 years. As I mentioned earlier, the key focus areas need to be level crossings, removing that constraint on the network, additional fleet. We will, after CRL opens, we'll start to look at what the next procurement round for fleet is, and that would be going to the market in the next couple of years. In addition, there's some, this is OPEX for council because it's through the network access agreement, but there's a number of pieces of work on the network as well where QL needs to improve the resilience of being able to operate single line running, which allows us to stay open later in the evenings and things like that while the maintenance work happens. So those would be the 3 key focus areas for us, I think.
Okay, thank you. And I guess one of the things I've been thinking about, and again, sorry, this is outside of the stations you've been working on, But there's that bigger piece about some of our stations need a bit of a glow up, right? Some of the further flung ones. And the example that's top of mind for me at the moment is, and I don't expect you to have an answer on this right now, is the lift at Middlemore, which has been out for ages. People have to get off at Otahuhu and that kind of stuff. So how do you suggest that we sort of make the most of this moment where we're going to have a lot of people trying PT for the first time, to give them a good experience at the stations they'll be getting on at, to experience the stations that you're finishing off?
I will follow up on the Middlemore lift and come back to you. But to answer the question, for the first few weeks and potentially a couple of months, we will be having what we call a hypercare program focused across the network, which has additional staff, additional improved response times to things like escalators and lifts across the network, ambassadors supporting customers across the network, not just at the new stations. It's more important to actually help people at the outer reaches of the network as well. So we do have a focus program around that, and we can certainly talk to that at the next committee meeting as well, to help people to actually learn how to use the network and to make the most of it.
Great, thanks. Appreciate that acknowledgement that the people using your new stations are coming from other stations, so that's important. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Morrison. Seeing we've been able to wander way out west, I thought we might take a quick trip out east. One of the big draw cards for the rail network for people in our area is that they can get to the Panmure station and then use the train from there and be in town in 15 minutes and back. And it's well oversubscribed. I try to do it myself. But one of the really big hurdles is coming up, that's a black cloud on the horizon, is the plan for Auckland Council to sell the huge block of land that is used where people park. And there will no longer be anywhere to get to the train to park. If you come out any morning, you're like, I went there this morning, there was just no way you could get a car park there, it was just completely full. Do you have any input to the council's property arm about the plan to sell the big open paddock that is used, or have they just got the right to go ahead and don't even consult with you on that?
I am aware of conversations. Whether consultation is being undertaken, I'm not sure. I'd need to come back to you on that. I need to get across the project, to be fair, and the timelines, but I can come back to you on that and where we're at. Certainly, we have a park and ride strategy which encourages park and rides at the periphery of the network. I'd need to, again, go away and look at that and come back to you on where Panmure sits in that strategy.
So maybe that just generates a supplementary. You've got a park and ride strategy, but you're not going to provide any park and rides at the Eastern Busway bus terminals, are you?
I'm not across that project. We can come back to you.
Okay, we'll ask AT when they come.
Okay. I've got a question just for you, John. Has there been any progress on a request to the CEO and to the Minister in regards to the way in which Kiwi Rail manage in real time disruption on the line and moving away from a freight-based disruption sort of plan where they close the whole line and until someone's able to go and clear it for hours on end, to a more pragmatic approach? Has there been any progress on it?
Yeah, Andy, look, I haven't got an immediate answer for you, but what I do know is part of when we merged the AROC and established the Ops Centre with Train Control Network Authorities, Auckland One Rail and Kiwi Rail amalgamation, part of the CRL program is upgrading our rules, procedures and processes. And with the comment Mark alluded to before about single line running in terms of having the system now to actually have a third main and divert passenger services if there was an incident or a breakdown of a freight on a mixed mode network, which we have the capacity and resilience in the network to run trains more freely and minimise disruption. In terms of other processes and systems, I do know that we are looking at upgrading our rules and procedures in line with the new systems we've imported to ensure that we are looking at minimising disruption, triaging it better, and using automation and systems that are internationally benchmarked to make it better. I can report back. ETCS is a classic example of a safety system we've fitted to freight so that we can run safer operations and meet the regulators' requirements and our requirements as in accordance with the safety case. That program is advanced and will be in action by CRL day one, so that will deconflict and allow freight and passengers to run safely and freely. In terms of incident management and the processes, they are on the radar to be upgraded, and by the next meeting I'll be able to come back to you with a formal answer.
It's cool because, I mean, if we want CRL to be operating at its peak, we can't be stopping for some random issue down on the line somewhere. Chris.
Oh, just following on from others, it's interesting when you look at international evidence of whether there are benefits in having low-key openings and making sure things are going really well and then escalating up the fanfare. But that's just an observation that I've made. My question is following on from Councillor Sayers, and that is looking at the network once CRL is open and the work that is going on while you're all assembled here. I have a particular interest in what is going to be important for the overall network looking forward, and that is the Avondale Southdown line. Can you give me any updates on work that might be relevant to the network and how that fits once the CRL does open, and also what the status of the designation on the Avondale Southdown line is, just so I've got clarity around it.
Yeah, Councillor Fletcher, thank you. Back to Mark's point, the program business case gives a 30-year horizon. One of the immediate investment cases and focus for KiwiRail is creating a crosstown railway from Avondale to Southdown, primarily to segregate and allow freight and a mixed mode network to operate, and to more importantly add resilience to run more passenger services. There's also a plan within that business case to look at the parallel opportunities next to the rail called for urban growth and align with Council's unitary plan of what opportunities are available in a private-public partnership. All of those things are being scoped. Now, the lead on that is our GM, Gwyneth McLeod. What I could undertake, if Chair is amicable, at the next, we could give you an update and detail from what that PBC looks like with a specific picture of the Avondale Southdown Crosstown Railway scope and the intent of what that opportunity could unlock for Auckland. Would that be amicable for Council?
I think that would meet what is a bit of a gap for us at the moment in our understanding, because it does strike me as difficult that we are making big decisions over PC 120, but we're not actually understanding how the network might look going into the future. So, Chair, I mean, it's your call, but I certainly would really welcome that level of detail. Do you want to speak further to the designations? That is an issue that is concerning me.
Councillor Fletcher, I'll have to come back to you. I haven't got the detail of the designations you require, so that could be packaged up as a follow-on, Chair.
No, all good. Daniel.
Good morning. Thank you very much for, in anticipation of the opening, the new timetable. On what date does that apply? The new timetable, what date does that apply? Okay, that's pretty clever. Right, so look, very grateful to KiwiRail for the excellent work that's taken place at Drury and Pairata. I know that it was a very cold morning this morning, but I and a number of my colleagues were there, and it was great to see the dawn blessing. I had a question with respect to Noakura Station at Burt Road. I just wondered if KiwiRail could give an update as to when you anticipate the physical works to be completed for that station. It's the last of the 3 stations on the Southern Line under construction at the moment.
Sorry, Councillor, can you just repeat the station? I just missed that.
Naokora.
Oh, Nakoroa Station. On my plan when I left the office this morning, it was June next year. But I'll have to come back to confirm because again, I'm not over all of. I've got them in my head, but I need to verify that date.
Okay, I'm pretty keen to get an update on that, and I also need to find out whether Auckland Transport's got its related work aligned for that, because St Ignatius, the local Catholic secondary school, is close by, and that station is a critical hub for a lot of mine, Councillor Moniata's and Councillor Baker's constituents to be able to attend that school via using the trains. So if you could give us an update there, that would be good. Thank you, Chair.
And second question, Ken, CRL, is it?
Mr. Knight, on that plan on your wall, after that date, could you write QMU, please?
Certainly, Councillor.
Mike, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it's more of a comment, really, I guess. I apologise, I missed the early part of the presentation, but in terms of the slide on the screen, we've been over this so many times before, it seems like every month. Back in 2020, we had 21 million passenger trips per year on our rail network. We now have about 14, possibly 15 with a little bit of hope, a 1/3 cut. When the RNR, or formation work, capital work, was commenced, it was decided in the wisdom of managers not to take into account the imperatives or indeed the convenience of passengers, rail passengers, but to shut the network down to get the job done as quickly as possible in time for the opening of the CRL, which we were assured at that time, late 2022, was going to be late 2024. I'm not too sure when it will be open, obviously. But if this sort of practice in terms of disrupting the network, reading through the lines there is going to carry on, any idea of getting a serious passenger rail service, commuter rail service in Auckland to be viable and to make any sort of meaningful contribution to the other item on the agenda, a pathway to emissions reductions, is not going to happen. So what I would like to say to Kiwi Rail and to CRL Limited as it relates to services, if this sort of disruption is going to carry on, there's going to be a real problem, not from the councillors so much, it would appear, but certainly from the people of Auckland. That is just not acceptable. You're going to have to change your management practices, because to me, this ongoing disruption, an inefficient way of dealing with rail maintenance, which seems to be completely different to what you would expect in a modern city, is just not acceptable. It's all it will do is maintain the mediocrity of our services right now. And to be honest with you, I'm sure the people of Auckland are not going to tolerate Kiwi Rail jerking them around in this way. They have to have a fundamental change in their practices. And that's the message, I guess, for you guys to take home and think about, because coming in here is pretty easy compared to what is likely to happen when people find out what's going to happen after the CRL opens, when it does, which is still a secret. Thank you.
Lottie?
Kia ora, thanks Chair and thanks team. Apologies for missing the first part. I'll just start off by saying that I took part in the last emergency test run alongside Councillor Patterson Hamlin, and it was a really, really good day. It was beautiful stations, but luckily it was also a beautiful day. So although we were testing the emergency processes, you know, everything went quite smoothly and nothing really went wrong. So just wanted to thank you for that. My question is around the communications out to our community and out to our residents. Obviously, this is a project that's gone over quite a bit of time, gotten quite a bit of negative feedback, and we're still seeing a lot of that coming through online. So the communications going forward will be really important at this stage. And I did note in your slides that you mentioned having ambassadors leading up to the time on the day and then in the early stages as well. Can I ask, are those ambassadors sourced from existing staff, or are you working with community groups from the local areas where the stations are located? What's the makeup of those ambassadors? Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor. Yeah, my team's responsible for that. When we, just to quickly touch on the ambassador's point, and then maybe a slightly broader point after that, we have, Auckland Transport uses ambassadors all the time when we have changes to public transport network. We have a company that we use. They're actually running a recruitment drive at the moment. It's kind of probably a student job for a lot of people, but we will be definitely, as you say, deploying those across the network, and as Mark kind of touched on earlier. So what I'll be expecting to see that they will be from right across Auckland, depending on who kind of responds to that recruitment drive, and then we train them to make sure they can answer the questions about how the trains will operate and the things we're expecting customers to want to talk to them about. We're also really, I guess, putting as much effort as we can. We don't have kind of dozens of people right now, but with the team we do have, to reach out to a really diverse group of communities and go and present to as many groups as we can, community groups, ethnic community groups, business groups, some churches even, and so we're really trying to make sure that we are having that wide reach beforehand, and same with our kind of wider comms, making sure we try to get those to reach as many people as possible.
Kia ora, thanks for that, and I know that Alf and I can certainly help you to connect to some of our ethnic communities in our ward. Kia ora. Thanks, Chair.
We'd love to take you up on that.
Thank you. No further questions. I'm happy to move. Someone like to second? Thanks, Greg. Any debate? None. Thank you, gents. Appreciate your coming in and taking the time. And so I'll put it, those in favour say aye. Aye. And against, carried. We're going to break for lunch. If you want to race down and see Ryan Fox with his old claret jug, that is on. And so apologies for the, I was hoping to be a little bit further on, but the AT team, we will be back with the Auckland Transport update at 1:15. So you've got plenty of time to get down to Takatai Square and have a look, or to get across the road and get yourself a pork bun, Elf. 1:15 back here, and then we'll be, first item will be the Auckland Transport update, followed by the transport emissions item. So thank you, everyone, and we'll see you at 1:15. 1:15 and we are going to kick off. We've got a quorum, and so first item up is the Auckland Transport update. So good afternoon. Thanks for waiting. So we will hand it over and progress on.
Am I working? Yeah. Thank you, Chair. So I'm joined here today by Murray, who's going to give us a bit of a capital overview, and also we've got Teresa here to talk about safe speeds. We'll try and be speedy, obviously acknowledging that you have quite a bit to get through for the rest of the afternoon. So in terms of public transport, we'll start there. So recent highlights, ferry services, we've had the contracting of the Western package successfully done last month, or concluded at the start of this month, which is a really big step forward and the first successful ferry procurement we've actually had over the last decade, so that was good news. We have had T Committee EV Maritime 1 now handed over to Auckland Transport, so that's currently in testing with the crews and being certified for the crew perspective. We hope to have that in service early next year. There will be some runs that it does do later this year. We have completed our bus driver screen installation, so we now have 1,100 buses out there with safety screens installed. The remainder 20% of the network will be run through over the next year or so as new buses come into the fleet and replace those in circulation. And all our new buses that come into the network have a factory fitted screen. We also launched the Hui Pass, which is a new product, which is currently being socialised with conference organisers, as well as working with Tataki in terms of getting that out there and making use of that new product that we have launched, which is good. In terms of how we're performing, we had, and I know we've talked about this in recent months, the last quarter has been very good for public transport, and we actually did meet our SOI target, slightly below, but still within that met range, which was a really good result. June was a very good month for us, and actually we were 3.6% above last year in terms of the end of the year, but bus, as an example, for June was 14% higher than June 2025. Yeah, and 6.3 million boardings on bus alone last month, which is the highest June on record, so the numbers are going in the right direction. We also met fare box recovery, coming from being down considerably to actually meeting that target, which was a really good result. And operational performance is strong. Punctuality is exceeding, reliability remained within the target range, cycling's doing very well as well. Obviously we've had a really good winter in terms of weather, and so that's supported both good cycling numbers as well as public transport. Tertiary concession still remains doing exceptionally well, and actually we're 48% in terms of comparative up this June compared to last June, so that's fabulous, and we now have 111 fair share clients. I think our CRL team did talk about, we've got jury and pirata stations coming on board this week too, which is amazing, and I must say there's also new bus services in those regions to support that, including a new addition to our frequent network. I did note some comments in the previous session about Middlemore, and so in terms of that, we have upgraded the lifts at Middlemore. They were actually concluded this month, as well as the pedestrian bridge, so that's all gone really well as well, and you're right, they did needed upgrading, so that has been done. Yeah. I'm going to pass over to Murray now, who's going to give us a brief overview in terms of the capital program.
Thanks, Stacey. I stole my Middlemore thing. And just for Councillor Morris, the EBA has no plans for park and ride at the moment. There was a question you asked earlier. Now, for the capital program, what you're seeing is we achieved 93% of our capital spend for the year for our SOI of 90. What you're seeing is the result of the 4 largest months in delivery ever for AT. And that's coming off the back of a 12-month improvement plan that's been in place in the background, and it's starting to see the results through many parts of the business. Road renewals has reached another record,
490 kilometres resurfaced throughout the network, above its SOI target. Eastern Busway had its sod turning the other day. There's a slight update on the notes that are on paper. We now have agreement with Transpowers, which was resolved in our term sheet last week. So that's all kicking off this week. And then Gosma Drive, which there's been elected rep and local board engagement. There's further local board discussions around that intersection and how the road alignment will work with that intersection. And then the cost-effective awards. So our resilience and land susceptibility framework has received excellence awards for its cost-effectiveness, as well as Western Line level crossing is in planning, is due for engagement in the near future. And then if we go on to the next page. Yeah, thanks. And then we're just starting to see some photos of the current achievements on the top left there. Starting to see the stations are starting to come together on Eastern Busway. On the top right there, works on Carrington Road are now underway. And the bottom left and the bottom right, you'll see a number of minor upgrades and renewals that are happening around our network optimisation and some lighting improvements around Smells Farm as well. On the next page, there's another, that's Pakuranga Station on Eastern Busway, is now taking shape. On the top right, you'll start to see the GI to Tamaki Drive cycleway bridge is starting to near. You can see the two work fronts starting to close up. And then on the bottom left is Mātiatia wharf upgrade, and bottom right is Emily Place Constructions, another local board project. That was it. And if I just pass on.
Cool, thank you. So just by quick recap, you may recall that we had done a whole load of speed management a few years back, and I was in this very room about a year ago talking about how we needed to do the reversals. So that's where we were at because the speed limit setting rule had changed. In the interim, we have been meeting with local boards, and we've been meeting with them generally about road safety and what they would like to see within their ward. And part of that conversation has been about speed management and speed limit setting. Lots of enthusiasm and support from local boards on this topic. And we have so far identified 370 priority areas, which covers about 1,600 kilometres of the network. So a big demand for that. If I get the next slide. Great. So there are a couple of risks and challenges. I'll go straight to that. It is a very slow process now under the new speed limit setting rule, and it's quite an onerous, and there's a lot of work involved for staff. We are trying very hard to avoid a patchwork approach of speed limits. We know it's very, very confusing for drivers and for other people, so we really like to avoid that. But all local boards are highly engaged, and we just need to differ. We just need to work at our different preferred approaches on that. Oh, one thing to note is also, under the previous speed limit setting rule, we could set a speed limit of 30 kilometres, which as we all know is survivable. Under this one we can't, but we can set 40 kilometres. So the next steps for the team and I are to complete the analysis for based on safety improvements, travel time impacts, road use and length. We're progressing the speed management plans that we're working through with local boards. There are a couple of roads that we can deliver by the alternate methods. So, for example, land use changes around a road means we'll use the alternate method, which is slightly quicker and more direct, and we'll do that road by road. And that's essentially where we're at this point in time. Happy for questions.
Chair.
Excellent, thank you. Questions, Ken? While you were talking, I was subjected to Councillor Newman beside me here showing me photos of how flashy and good all the train stations are in the south. This is someone who's in the west at the Henderson train station, which had $40 million value engineered out of the project on the only line that is legislated to take intensification. When are we going to start prioritising Western Line attributes and facilities?
When I say so.
Thank you, councillor. I mean, there was still a good investment in Henderson Station and still more to come, and that included, like we're doing at Middlemore, in terms of upgrading the lifts and the escalators, as you're aware. There's still more work that's happening around that bus interchange part. But the next big thing for the Western Line is, of course, the level crossing removal program, which will improve that, and so community consultations due to begin on that.
But Henderson has got, you know, that intensification around the train station, 15 stories if I'm correct, etc. And the train station had 8 metres cut off the platform. It meant that the bridge, the overbridge going to the western side, to the Tapuna side where we've invested, couldn't go ahead. We have got a bridge there, but then we discover it's an emergency bridge and it's going to stay locked. I just want to bring to your attention the frustration that West Aucklanders feel. Thank you.
Daniel, with his flash news stations. Oh, it is too, sorry. Got ahead of myself. Julie.
Kia ora. So, do we know, you mentioned that there are 6 local boards who are buying in first up. That's great. Do you know who they are? Because we don't.
Whao, Henderson, Massey, Waitakere Rangers are 3 of them, and I can get you the other 3.
Okay, cool. And I just had a question around the bus screens. And the fact that we're not going, my reading there was we're not going to retrofit some of the older buses that are soon to go out of service. My observation is that often our old buses get bought by other companies and they're still in use, sometimes in other parts of the country. Yeah, so I wondered if like, what's the rationale there in not putting the screens in, given that they will actually still be part of the broader fleet somewhere, and I would have assumed that having the screens might increase the resale value a little bit, because other areas will be looking to make the screens compulsory too.
Yeah, fair question, councillor. And we're the only one that's actually mandated that as far as PTA goes in terms of the safety screens. And so it really is about maximising the local investment for local services. And so therefore that call to not do the 20% was because we know that these buses are going to be moved out of the fleet within the next year or two. So you would have a bit of a sunk cost there. And that resale value's for the operator, not back in.
Fair. Yeah. Okay. Interesting to hear you say the next year or two as well. So these are, you know, when you say there are older buses that are moving on soon, that's the expected time frame. So we'll effectively have 100% screened within 2 years. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct, because we've been going through a process of retendering our bus network, so that fleet replacement cycle.
Right. Okay, thank you. And my final question was just around the Hui Pass. How is it paid for? Like with thinking about integrated ticketing, that's paid for effectively as part of the ticket with the promoter. But how is the Hui Pass stuff paid for?
Yeah, the intention is to use it as a product to sell to conference organisers, and then for it's part of their package to people that attend these conferences in order to be able to get themselves around for that period of time.
Yeah. I think it's a great idea. And I wondered if there's an opportunity there to link it in with the Auckland Cultural Alliance work that we're doing. Desi's online, but it's coming to value for money in terms of linking in with some of our key institutions like the zoo and the museum. And so there's a whole, so we're cross-promoting. I think that would be great. Great. And I won't speak to the item, but just to say some really good results this month. Really pleased to see targets being met, and thanks for the good news.
Thank you. Daniel.
Good afternoon, thank you. A couple of questions from me. I mean, this is an update of really what's happened in the immediate recently, but also about some of the new stuff that's coming. I just want to be clear, is AT going to be out of the streetscaping space in Drury by this weekend? It feels to me like there's still a little bit of work to go for AT on that streetscaping on the Great South Road outside the Drury train station. Can you just confirm that you guys are on track there? If you can't, can you email me back? Yeah. All right. Yeah, and I mean, yeah, that station's important with 60,000 people about to move to Drew. So, look, can I just ask, and excellent work that's ongoing with at Te Mahia and Takanani Station. What do you have a date for the closeout of the works there? It feels to me like we're a little bit off there, and could be.
Yeah,
Feels like a bit of slippage could come in.
I think we're still on plan for mid-August, but I will give you an update. I'll get that confirmed.
I'm sure Councillor Waniata would appreciate that too. Look, I also wanted to understand, I understand that you've achieved a contract milestone with respect to the contracts for the progress of the grade separation for Takanani, whether it's for design only or design and construction for the first of the vehicular bridges. Do you have an update on that?
The Takanani crossings, the road bridges, so that's currently going through an ECI process at the moment with our ECI contractor and designer at the moment. So it's still in early stages, it's still only at concept. So the ECI will go for another 12 months or so.
Sorry, 12 months before people design and then take the design to market.
The ECI design, so there we have a design JV and we have an ECI contractor, and the two are working side by side on the final solution, and then that'll go through to contract award later next year.
And concurrent to that, do you anticipate you would have closed out the necessary property acquisitions for the first vehicular bridge within 12 months?
Yes.
Okay. And the other locations you are moving expeditiously to achieve all of those acquisitions within the next 12 months, or do you think you
Yes. Yeah, we're working very heavily with that, and the property is in the capital program with reform is a little bit of juggle, so we're working very closely with the council team and the AT team to make sure those maintain through the capital program.
All right, thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Lotu.
Kia ora. Thanks, Chair, and thanks, team. First of all, thank you for the work at Middlemore, the upgrades. That's really, really useful, and it's such a well-used stop as well. So, there is wear and tear over time, so thanks for that. Also, thank you so much, Stacey, for connecting me with Zara. She's now been coming along to our monthly Counties Manukau Community Patrol Collective meetings, so that's really, really been useful. And my question relates to that and relates to the public safety and ambassador program. I think previously I asked about how the program seeks to work with community groups in order to make sure that our bus drivers, but also our passengers in different communities, feel a bit safer, because we do have lots of community patrol groups around the city, across the city. Do you have an update about that and how that's working?
Good question, Councillor. I mean, the idea is to build that network so that the team are working across them all, and to be able to utilise that network for the greater good in terms of, supporting public transport too. So part of Zara's work program is actually focused on that. So bringing together some of those local safety groups to be able to share insights, but also work together. Yeah.
Kia ora. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Sarah.
Thank you. And first of all, thank you for your responses to the questions I asked at the last meeting. And before I ask the questions I had, could you repeat the 6 local boards just quite slowly? We all missed about half of them.
I've only got 3 of them here. It was Fowl, Henderson Massey and Waitakere Rangers.
Oh, that's why I only heard 3. You only said 3. Okay, there we go. Good. So the bus fleet, you mentioned about that and replacing that gradually. Is the plan, and forgive me, I'm sure everyone else knows this, but I don't. Is the plan for the fleet to be fully electrified one of these days? Is that's the idea?
In terms of our bus fleet? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the goal would be, I think we're still 2035, but we'll be meeting that before that. I think right now we've got 427. So our SOI target just gone was for 350, but we brought forward some with obviously the fuel situation in order to maximise what we could do through that period. So we won't see another big uplift until mid next year on that number due to just the cycles of the buses flowing through. But yes, Yeah, we only procure new electric buses. Yeah.
Amazing. Second question. Sorry, that was distracting. Those 370 areas for the safe speeds, how are those prioritised within that prioritisation?
So we are prioritising first through local boards, because some have a bigger appetite for safer speeds than others, and we need to go also where the most harm is. So there's a whole matrix about how we're prioritising. And then, so what we've done is we've had conversations with the local boards, and we have done our basic assessments where we think the speeds aren't appropriate and safe, had conversations with the local board and see where those join up. So it's slightly on a ward by ward basis, but we have got a matrix that we work through.
Thanks.
Richard.
Kia ora, thank you. It's a bit of a shame because some of the, as far as I can see, the areas people wanting slow speeds, they had them in place and we had to rip them out and now we're putting them back in. But is my understanding that because we are banned from using 30 Ks, there will be more physical changes to the roads now to meet the harm reduction?
So in some cases, yes. It's not an absolute given that we will be able to put physical infrastructure in, because obviously it's very, very expensive, it's very time consuming. But the Safe Speed program sits along the Safe Infrastructure program. They're the same team and they work together. So those two things do work hand in hand.
Okay, thank you. Fantastic news on the buses, massive increase on the shore as well. And I was going to ask Sarah's comment because I know we're about 100 buses ahead of schedule, so that's great. But do you think, Stacey, that we have the ability to flex post CRL? We're seeing bigger numbers on some routes, and I'm sure some of those feeder routes into the stations will get there, as well as the shore ones that come to this station. Is there flex in the drivers and the capacity to add more as needed? Because I would just hate poor experiences getting to station, etc.
Yeah, absolutely there is. And so, I mean, we keep a close watch in terms of capacity requirements across the network. But there's definite decent capacity still there without adding additional things. But if they do rise up, do we have the flex? Yes, we do. Yeah.
And just on the transition, and I thank you for things like the smale lighting, do you understand how you'll be able to request of us to do things like lighting of walkways and things that have an effect on the public transport infrastructure? Or will you still have enough scope to be doing some of that work in the new switchover?
Yeah, and so, I mean, we will, as AT, still maintain the specification piece. So we'll still specify what needs to be done, and the Auckland Council team will deliver to our work program when it comes to that minor capital piece with public transport. So we have an existing, what we call PSG, around portfolio steering group for public transport. So the idea is that we'll remain that way, so that the teams do work together in that format. So hopefully, well, we're all committed to making sure that that doesn't have a drop in service. Yeah.
And the last question, and I know Joel's gone, but I see Joe's here. Is there a bit more work? I love the work being done on the time differences between places, but is there a bit more work on the bus and ferry network of advertising those connections and reminders that kind of haven't been done since the new network, the bus, or if we add a frequent network? It just feels like we're missing that piece of telling new residents or people that live in an area where the good services are and how they connect.
Yes, absolutely, Councillor. We have an ongoing program in terms, particularly our frequent network, and making sure that we re-communicate those particular, connections. Right now, obviously, our program is heavily on City Rail Link and, maximising understanding and knowledge of that. But yes, we will pivot back and reconfirm some of those key links.
Morris.
Yeah, just what I raised with the meeting before this was about the park and rides. Do we have an official policy of if you're going to be putting a bus station or engaging a new railway station, is there a document or an official policy that says there is a criteria that whether we'll put park and ride at it or not, or that we will never put park and ride, or is it just a case by case?
Yes, we do, in terms of that. And so obviously we favour the extremities in terms of making sure there's good park and ride facilities, and you'll see that with Pairata and Drury, there's good capacity in terms of that park and ride space. The closer you get to the city, obviously you have much more connections with your bus network. It has been designed as a hub and spoke network. But of course, you know, and I know we've talked about this with, you know, botany in that area. I mean, we would love to see a park and ride in there some point in the future.
Yeah.
So there is an element in terms of understanding the community needs there.
The problem is that for the particular Howick ward, the masses of population lie up in the north, Bucklands Beach, Eastern Beach, all out of Half Moon Bay, out as far as Howick, Cockle Bay, Mellons Bay. But when the busway comes over the bridge, it then dives south. And so it doesn't go anywhere near with those. Now, when we've been doing Plan Change 120, we've been putting walkable catchment circles around where the people are and can they get to a bus. There are huge numbers of people, I'm one of those, that can't even get close to a bus from where I live. And yet I would happily use either the busway or the train set if I could go there. Someone used a lovely phrase the other day, if you don't bring the buses to the people, then you've got to allow the people to get to the bus. And we're not doing that. We're putting all these new bus stations in. The usage will be anyone that lives along Te Rākau, great, and we're going to intensify the number that do that. But we've obviously got a formal policy that says no matter what we're going to do, including Botany Town Centre, although it's a long way from where these big population bases are, it's a lot of commercial stuff around Burswood and so on. I just know huge numbers of people in our ward who keep saying, why the hell is there not somewhere I can go to use public transport? So can I get a copy of what our formal policy is on park and ride?
Yeah, absolutely. And just point to note, there was some advice requested through the LTP process in terms of park and rides as well. Yeah.
Okay.
John Watson.
Yeah, thanks. And just the talks about the contracts, I'm just trying to get a better understanding of how these pretty substantial bus contracts work as far as the procurement of the buses themselves go. So, there's a uniformity right across Auckland in the way the bus contracts are now awarded. Yeah. So that involves the company essentially procuring the buses themselves, and they're told how many electric buses they're to get by AT. And the price of the bus then is obviously included in the contract price that's awarded to them. There's no additional beyond that. Okay. So when it comes to end of life or anything, then the money that they get just comes back to them. It doesn't. It comes back to them as a company. They're able to dispose of it as they like, and the money all comes back to them.
Yes, they're capitalised over the life of the contract generally, to a certain point in terms of that. And so just, I guess the key thing, Councillor, is we're going through recontracting, so the new contracts are slightly different to some of the ones that we have in circulation. So it's like the next iteration of that. And with that, it's not necessarily we specify the amount of buses, we specify the services we need, and they specify then what that peak vehicle requirement looks like, and then of course they got spares that are attributed to that as well, and then it's, you know, obviously kilometres and time. Yeah.
Okay, and given the large number of buses being converted, then obviously we as AT have a sense of what the component is of the contract cost. Like, I assume, like any vehicle, there's a range of how much any given model is. So we are aware of what they're then putting on the road. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, so no further questions. Would someone like to move that we received? Thanks, Morris. Seconded, Richard. Any debate? Thank you, team. You can step back. Thanks for hanging around and over the lunch break. Any debate? Any discussion? Okay, I'll put it. Those in favour say aye. And against, carried. Next one up is we have brought forward the measures that contribute to the transport emissions reduction pathway. Afternoon, gents, and we'll leave it to you.
The item, but I've got, before I start, I've got Andrew Mine here from Auckland Transport. He's the manager of the Auckland Forecasting Centre and put together the investigation report, a modelling report that they did for this item. I've also got Michael here who's done the work on the report. So I suppose this report back, it really responds to the initial resolution we had on this matter and also the 3 subsequent resolutions in the last May committee of this committee, which really asked us to identify realistic measures that could be delivered and funded that could reduce transport emissions in Auckland. So putting together this report back, we've talked to many staff, including Auckland Transport staff who have been involved. We've also talked to the Chair and Deputy Chair of this Commission and Councillor Williamson as well. So just a quick, I suppose, some key points in the report and the previous report back. So in our initial report back, we discussed the important role that the long-term plan and the subsequent RLT or Regional Land Transport Plan has in determining such measures in a holistic way, including the wider strategic council direction designed in the Transport Policy Statement. Another key direction is the Mayor's and Council's LTP direction and within a realistic funding. So we talked a bit about that. These are the statutory processes that I suppose identify Auckland's Council's investment in transport. It's part of the transport program, which are really the fundamental in terms of setting the measures that make our contribution towards reducing transport emissions in Auckland. And I suppose also at that first report back, we highlighted, I suppose, the role of the Transport Emission Reduction Program, or pathway, as what that was, and in a nutshell being a non-statutory pathway document that outlines what needs to be true if we are to make Auckland is to make its contribution to the global goals set in the Paris Agreement, and really its key role as a comparator against where Auckland collectively is in terms of emission reduction. So I suppose in terms of this report, the key parts of it are, and as requested by the May resolutions, this report outlines the findings of the AFC modelling of the current 2024-2034 Regional Land Transport Plan in terms of its estimated transport emissions reduction baseline that we can expect from our investment in that program. I suppose the high-level findings of that report, and there's quite a lot in that report, were in terms of against the 2024 baseline, it would generate estimated 5% reduction in transport emissions. But when you look at the current predictions around population growth and look at the investments you need to maintain the network, we're really looking at a 1% decrease in emissions in comparison. So if you look at in the report, you have the baseline and what those when you get population and what you need to, I suppose, needed for maintaining the current network. That is your due minimum. So we are looking at quite a modest reduction in emissions from that investment program. So I've got Andrew here where we can talk in more detail about the findings of that report. In terms of the second resolution, which is really about highlighting key things we could take away in terms of taking to the long-term plan process from this modelling. It did highlight that there are interventions that Auckland Council can make through an investment program which can make a great difference, which we have more control over. In particular, identified that if we can improve network conditions, particularly reducing congestion, stop starting and those sort of things, also identified a key role in enabling mode shift, which would, particularly with now as we're moving to more electrified public transport, this made quite a difference. And it also identified that if you can do that in conjunction with demand management type measures and also good land use decisions, that's where we can make the biggest difference. So I suppose in terms of taking away from that report, what we can think about in the long-term plan process are those. And the last thing the report highlights is what we can do within the long-term plan process to, I suppose, identify these measures that are deliverable, realistic and fundable. And some of this we went into quite a bit more depth with many of you here at the workshop that we had on the LTP about a week ago. But to summarise that, we are identifying a number of investment scenarios. 6 is what we'll be working to at the moment, with with having one of those investment scenarios being more focused on emission reductions. By that, we would weight the emission reduction weightings in our current programs to do that, but it would still be done within what we need to deliver for the program in terms of committed and essential program and other things. So this is probably the way that we can identify key measures that we can make a contribution to emission reductions, but within the context of affordable funding, which will work through the LTP process and subsequently the regional land transport process, and also takes into account other directions that we need to think about, which are through the transport policy statement. So I think that's a bit of a summary of it. So I think we could just open up to questions, Chair, if you like, and I've got the guys here to help with those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, David. So questions, Morris.
I'll take this nice and gently. The original resolution asked Auckland Transport, although officials from the council amended it to try and get themselves included in it, to provide a report to this committee on what they believe, and I'm going to give you 5 things, on what they believe are realistic measures they can implement, so they're implementable, and their associated emissions targets that are associated with them. What are we going to reduce the emissions by? How they can be delivered, and how they will be funded. Will that be the individual person takes the hit because they've got to change their vehicles, or will it be an NZTA half funded with us or whatever? Can you give me a score between 1 and 10 of a list that you would have been producing out of that request, which has those 5 parameters beside the list telling me how? Because I went looking for it, trying to find the list of things. Where are they? Remember, this was not a decision-making request. This was not asking you guys to change the long-term plan or to change TERP. It was just to give us an idea as a starting point, because I think we've got a lot of work to do to get a long-term plan agreement on where this goes. It probably won't ever be where I want it to be, but we're going to get to where a long-term plan the council can agree on. But I was expecting to come out of after near 15 months since that resolution was passed, and I was told, oh, well, we couldn't do it. I got getting excuses from Barry Potter, and oh, well, the people are so busy and they've been working on other things and the merger. And then this report basically says it's just what we already know. I knew that there was going to be a work base to get to a long-term plan. I knew there was a minimal amount and what it would be if we did the 5% change one or whatever. But that doesn't even begin to address what those wordings in a unanimously passed resolution of this committee. So how do you think you guys went in responding to that exact wording of the resolution?
Thank you, Councillor. I suppose in terms of how we responded, I think we've tried to be quite clear that we think the best way to identify fundable, deliverable, implementable measures is through the long-term plan transport program and also through the regional land transport plan. So they're really what we need to do, and I think we've tried to be as clear as we can in these reports, is we've got quite a lot to think about in these plans, and we need to think through quite a lot of things at the same time. So I suppose what we're trying to outline is that pathway towards resolving this resolution through that process, and through the long-term plan workshop we had earlier, I think, what was it, a week ago? So I think we've highlighted what we are trying to do. So I think we've got a process that works, and I think we've certainly tried our hardest to respond to the 3 resolutions that need to progress this overall resolution. So I would say, you know, we're on the progress of that. I personally would recommend that we try to do it in a more holistic way through the scenarios, because we need to look at a whole range of factors rather than build individual lists. So So
then let me pick up on some specifics. In the paragraph 17, the last sentence of the paragraph, the current list of realistic measures that can be funded and implemented are those contained in the RLTP 2024. In other words, We've waited 15 months to get a sentence that basically says you could have said that at the meeting we passed the resolution, let alone waiting for 15 months.
I might add to David's prior response. The issue, Councillor, is around what is realistic. Transport is a very complex system, and of course we need to continue to maintain and operate the current system, and that does soak up the majority of our funds. So when you stress that something has to be realistic, funded and implemented, there is a process to determine that, and that's the long-term plan process, and then the RLTP, the Regional Land Transport Plan. So we can provide a list of different projects that can have emissions impacts, but they're not realistic or funded.
But I was careful with my wording in the first resolution. Look at the resolution. Take out the word Auckland Council because they force themselves to be in it. Request Auckland Transport to provide a report to this committee on what they believe are realistic measures, not what can be funded and not who will, but what you believe could be a starting point. Because I actually know there is a plethora of options and choices, and the permutations and combinations are beyond belief. And then when you add the funding, then that starts to filter them down, and then you ask whether they're realistic, and then if you ask, you get the political sign-off. But Auckland Transport were quite clear to me, and after this was passed, I spoke to Dean Kimpton, he said, we're ready to go, we could give that at the next meeting. But council staff are refusing to let us proceed with that. And you can ask Dean Kimpton.
Yep, hang on. So we've had that about, 4 times, I think, at different meetings you've raised that. So
I think it's worth repeating.
Yep. And so, Louise?
Thank you. Through the chair, Councillor Williamson, as we were directed at the last meeting, we have provided a baseline showing what was invested in the last LTP and what effect that has had. What we have also provided too is, I suppose, a pathway to look through the next RLTP and LTP process. And in the report itself, we do give a list or a menu of particular measures that can be considered by councillors through that LTP process. As David has noted, the scenario that we are suggesting for the RLTP to reduce emissions will be the opportunity to look in more specific detail around some of those measures and hopefully meet some of the things that you're talking about. In terms of the specific occurrences that happened at that meeting a year ago or 15 months ago, I'm sorry, I can't provide any further detail on that, but we have attempted to provide as much information as we can on as solid a basis as we can to inform that LTP discussion going forward.
Okay, so now that gets to me where I was wanting to take things, actually. I mean, this has to go to a long-term plan and be fighting for funding relative to other things in the long-term plan and what's our priority for transport and emissions relative to other. I get all that. I just wanted a starting point. I just wanted a basket of some things that we could start doing some work on and saying, are they realistic? What's the amount of money involved? Would the government start chipping into that? Would we be saying to the public, you can pay for this, you'll go and buy electric cars because we've decided the following? But we've waited 15 months and I still don't have that starting point. And I'm disappointed because I would have thought to get the long-term plan well and truly finished by the time we're planning on it, we needed to be doing a lot of this work in advance of where we are rather than almost as a response to where we are.
Perhaps also, Councillor Williamson, as you are aware, we are preparing advice at the moment on a whole range of issues for the LTP, and one of these does also include the TERP potential measures as well too. So, you know, work is underway and starting to or continuing to look at some of those possible measures, and we will come back with that advice.
Okay, so then rather than being grumpy, because I've got a list of grumps that I would have gone through about why it doesn't do this and why you failed to do that, give us some assurance that we have got a plan, track of things and meetings and workshops that we will get to a point and don't get to their long-term plan final date and say, well, we just don't have enough time to put all that together. Have you got an absolute watertight roadmap ahead of you that you can get us to a point where a really good RLTP for part of the long-term plan can be done within its time frame on emissions?
Well, we're certainly working through the LTP process on this, and I suppose some things to be aware of in terms of where we are. We've already gone through the first stage of developing the long-term plan in terms of requesting all the information, which we call bids from Auckland Transport, and there's been over 200 of these type of bids. And then there's been this is from staff, there's been the moderated process where we've rated and ranked all these bids against the transport policy statement. And I suppose, and from that now we're building these scenarios. So that information is the key thing. We've identified the scenario development, which we had the workshop about. So the next part for us, which we'll work with the long-term plan people on, because we need to do it as a part of their workshop things, is to talk through what we've found and then talk through those scenarios. I mean, that's the key one. So we've got plenty of information. It's just now really putting it into the right packages. The other key bit of information that we I suppose squared away and we talked through this at the workshop is we've identified the committed in our view of committed and essential, which really allows us to work out those discretionary areas that we can make these adjustments. So we're certainly on the trajectory to get these submissions. And the truth is we really have to do it because we're running along a pretty tight regional land transport plan, pathway, which we need to complete. So our aims are we're aiming for, we need to have this stuff sorted around September, October, because we've got to get our program ready to take into the regional land transport process with all the other programs if we're going to make our bid or our sort of proposal to the National Land Transport Fund. So there's certainly real need to do this work. So we can't, run away from it or anything like that. So
was that a yes that you will be able to do this within the time frame?
Yes, we have to.
Okay.
Again, through the chair, Councillor Williamson, we are working very closely with the LTP team with the timeline, the workshops and the deadlines that they've set for the LTP discussions. And so we will do our utmost to have that information ready for constructive discussions.
Okay, so rather than wasting time at debate because we're running late, we've got big stuff yet to do, I'm just going to be telling you that if this was a school exam paper, it would get an F- relative to what the question was, and I'm not going to be able to vote for it. I just don't see the point of even putting this paper through. I think putting this paper through tells us everything we know already about the current RLTP, about what the differences in them are, and doesn't actually get to anywhere near what we were looking for. So I recommend we actually just drop the paper.
Well, you can vote against it, Morris, and so we'll move now to Daniel.
Yeah, I don't want to take too long either, but at para 54 it says outside of the Qatar, no specific funding has been allocated to develop policy, strategy or plans to address transport emissions reduction or energy security. I would have thought since the adoption of TERP that Auckland Transport might have done some work in that space. They must have some stuff.
We certainly
form
did.
the basis of an investment proposal for their board, which would fit the definition of strategy or plans to address the transport emissions reduction and energy security. But this report says that there isn't. I know that there's nothing that you have, but I would have thought they would have had it. They've got nothing.
Councillor Newman, back after TERP was initially approved in August 2022, we did engage thoroughly with Auckland Transport, and they did engage some consultants to do some preliminary work around development of a program, but nothing came of that. And to our knowledge, and I have engaged with them thoroughly, that no funding has been specifically allocated to this.
I'm not talking about necessarily funding for the projects. I'm talking about work for the investment proposal for their board for the projects. But You're no, nothing. Okay. So I guess what I'm looking for, because at the workshop last week we had the 6 scenarios, and I'm looking for your, but as I understand you, David, you're working through the bids for the pale blue box in particular, the options, and that you're going to come back with a sort of suite of scenarios. I'm kind of interested to see the spreadsheet of the stuff that could fit into the pale blue boxes. So can that be got? Because I just feel that there have been some years since the TERP was adopted, and there must be something. Because I've just heard that there hasn't been something, but now there's a spreadsheet of options for what could be done. So maybe you could get the spreadsheet sent to me, and if others want it too, but I'd be really interested. Chair, I'm not going to speak further on this because they're noting recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, Sarah.
Kia ora. I just have one quite specific question at the minute because some of the other things I was going to ask about kind of got covered off. With the transport transition and the local roads now sitting within local board's purview, I know the Reserves Act has gotten in the way of the EV chargers in parks in the past, but with that transition, is that going to enable us to maybe have them near parks? That's quite a specific question. I'm totally fine for you to come back with an answer.
I'm going to have to take that one on notice and get back to you later on that.
Okay, Ken.
Thank you. On the back of Councillor Newman, because he kind of put what I was thinking more eloquently, you know, I sat through those first couple of meetings, and the bottom line was we had all these targets. It was identified that, I can't remember if it was the TERP or all of them or some of them, but there was about $20 billion identified. I remember the figure being talked about that would have been needed to implement the things we needed to do to achieve our targets. And everyone that I knew, people were kind of saying it was adopted unfunded and put on the back shelf. And, you know, there was one particular target there I can remember, which was the private vehicle kilometres travel reduction target of 60-something% by 2035 or 2030. And there was a comment made that would have required, Auckland Transport made the comment, that would have required less cars, private cars on the road than during COVID. And people just sort of went, well, we can't do that. So when Councillor Williamson made his motion, I thought what you were going to do was going to come back and just simply say to us, look, we can deliver a 6% savings here at this sort of value. Or we can, you know, by adding speed humps here and forcing people into trains, we can achieve this much. Is there nothing that we can put in a material manner for the public to bite on, as in, we can do this for this? Have we not got to that point?
Thank you, Councillor. I suppose ultimately what we're trying to say here is through the long-term plan and the regional transport plan, you set the programs of investment, and then from that you work out what we will deliver in our targets. So it comes back to what's realistic measures that we do. So literally, through that process, we set what we'll invest in, it's our contribution, and then you set the rest from it, sort of thing. So I suppose what we're saying here, and we've continuously said this long, is we're trying to do this in a holistic manner through that, so you take into account of all things. So that's what it is.
Thank you, but no thank you. When I've got an amount of money to spend, I want to know what it can buy. That's, the problem is saying, you tell me your money and I'll sell you something. That is, that's fundamentally flawed too. So thank you anyway, thank you.
Shane.
Sorry. Thanks, Chair. I've got a couple of cues. I think through these discussions around TERP over the years, there's sometimes different views on what the purpose of TERP actually is. So can I just wind it all the way back to the start and ask you, what is the purpose of TIP? Why do we have TIP?
TERP is the Transport Emissions Reduction Pathway. We were requested to write that after Council declared a climate emergency, joined C40 and wrote the Auckland Climate Plan to Taraki to Whiri. That set the target, which at that stage was a 64% reduction in transport emissions, and our job was to do a backcasting approach to see how that could be possible were council to choose to implement the measures required to achieve that. So we did a research project looking at cities across the world and what they were doing or what they had achieved, and we identified that it was extremely ambitious, but we built, to the best of our ability, a pathway that could have been possible should the decisions follow that investment. That, of course, required actions not just from Auckland Council, but from government and from other stakeholders. But that was the TERP.
That's very useful. So it's essentially advice on council's goals and plans that we've passed already in the past. Thank you. I should have asked you this earlier, but I'm wondering if you got the percentage in your head. How much as a percentage of Auckland's carbon emissions as a city would you know is produced by transport?
It is just under half of Auckland's emissions, so in the high 40%.
Wow,
currently.
that's huge. That's huge. Thank you. And you kind of alluded to it in the previous answer around the reduction in emissions. You know, as a broad goal, Te Raukia Tawhiri, halving greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, reaching net zero by 2050. Do you have confidence that we can meet these goals? How possible is it at this point?
No. It would require a large, not just investment, but also a change in policy direction from government as well as council.
I really appreciate that sobering advice, unfortunately. And just on that, and looking at recommendation C there, I don't think I've seen a transport plan of any kind here that has clear data on carbon emissions and low-hanging fruit that maybe you want to make the best impact. Here's what it is, with sort of a data-driven lens. I haven't seen a plan that says, you know, here is what it takes to meet your climate goals in transport. Here's what it costs. Now it's up to you, right? So does recommendation C kind of get us closer to that? Because it's in the context of transport reform. We'll be able to influence things a lot more than we used to.
It is a step in that direction. It does not go the whole way.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Mike?
Yes, I was involved as a seconder in that original amendment. I think it was Councillor Wayne Walker who was the initiator. But what was being sought was a benchmarking, if you like, a report, an update on TERP. And I don't think we've really got that. We've heard a lot of talk about, well, it's to do with the long-term plan, it's to do with the regional transport plan and so on. But and I think the timing of this is quite revealing. TERP came out of the Tāruki a Tawhiri Auckland Council climate plan, and it had a number of very ambitious goals that looked really good. And of course, it goes all the way back to the Paris Agreement and meeting our government's commitments and so on. But revealingly, it was signed off in August by the members of the council at that stage in August 2022, which really was an election campaign, which may explain some of the goals, like a 64% reduction in emissions by 2030, more than a five-fold increase in public transport boardings or trips per annum, a 10% increase in active modes, cycles,
can you ask a
cycling
question?
and walking and so on.
Can you ask a question, Mike?
Let me finish, please.
No, I'll ask a question. We're in questions, so ask a question if you can, please.
Can I? Thank you. What we're looking for here is a benchmarking about how much have we, what we've done to achieve that, or to be honest and be transparent, that we've utterly failed. Because if you look at these goals, I think the elected members at the time may have been politically campaigning to impose those sorts of goals on the organisation, which proved to be totally unrealistic. In fact, in terms of public transport, as I often mention, we've gone back in time. So I think if we could have a realistic appraisal of the transport emission reductions pathway, I think it would clear the air. And sometimes, you know, we like to talk about our successes. I think we should be open about and honest about our failures. It's not any single person's fault, but in terms of public transport, I think myself, the council, can take the blame for not imposing its requirements on Auckland Transport and Kiwi Rail. So my request is, can we go back and have a real look at TERP and be honest about it next time round? Because what I see is not transparent and not rigorous, and I think that's what is needed to clear the air. Thank you.
Julie.
Thank you. So I've got a couple of questions around what I'm taking away from what we've been presented with is 2 years in, it's not looking like we're on track. And there's a range of reasons for that are outlined in the report, some of which are out of our control, some of which are. And what I'm hearing from the discussion we've been having is that this conversation we had in the workshop last week that was about these options and scenarios is going to be really key for whether we get back on track, if you'll excuse the pun on, yeah. So what I'd like to understand better is at the moment, and I am harking back to the workshop we had last week, Chair, but it has come up already, so I hope that's okay. The proposed investment scenarios that were put to us last week, we had only one that actually weighted emissions higher out of 6 scenarios. But several of them are, so we have repeats of option 2 and option 3 are repeated at a higher level of funding for option 5 and option 6 in terms of the weighting, but option 4 is the one that prioritises emissions, and yet it is not repeated for the higher weighting of, the higher budget, the 16 billion as opposed to the $13 billion budget. So I'm confused as to why, when it comes to, well, we've got a piece of advice today that tells us how important the RLTP is. You've got here the 3 bullet points on the bottom of page 15, the direct influence we have. RLTP investment and prioritisation is number 1. And I think it could be argued that the third one, local network design and allocation, is part of that RLTP investment and prioritisation. And then the second one's land use. We did that last week. So why don't we have in front of us at the moment a scenario for the higher budget envelope that is focused on trying to achieve TERP or get closer to TERP further down the pathway? But we do have it for 2 options that don't prioritise emissions.
Well, I suppose when we put forward those scenarios, a part of the workshop was to get feedback on those, so it's good to get more feedback through this committee as well. I mean, some of it is really about how much scenarios that we could run, so we tried to put forward a more manageable number really, and they have tried to, I suppose, capture a range of direction from both from here, from the long-term plan sort of direction that we've got, sort of thing. But look, we'll take that away, and I'll talk to the team about, is there could do another scenario if that's preferred. It wasn't sort of set with any reason not to do a bigger one. It was just trying to, I suppose, a manageable number to fit, really.
Thank you. I think I, for one, would really appreciate understanding that better, because that seems to, this is a piece of work that aligns with a range of policies. We have a transport policy statement. We also have our LTP direction setting, and those scenarios, I think, need to reflect all of that. And at the moment, I very much felt dissatisfied last week. I felt they didn't reflect a lot of that. The other thing that I think would be really useful to understand better is acknowledging in the way those scenarios are presented the co-benefits. So, for example, mode shift has significant safety benefits. I've raised this many times around the table. People will be sick of it, public transport being the safest mode of transport, for example. Shifting people to public transport, yes, it has an emissions benefit. It also helps us to achieve other goals. It also helps us with safety. So how does what we've got presented today help us to understand the co-benefits too, beyond the emissions scenario, that makes the sum greater than the parts?
I suppose we have designed that into the LTP process through the transport policy statement, which includes those 7 strategic priority areas. And as you mentioned, an emissions reduction focus is also likely to have a good impact on mode choice options, and in some cases on safety benefits. So because they are also criteria considered in the investments, that's inbuilt into the process. So for example, an emissions initiative that has a good impact on encouraging people onto public transport will also get higher scores on the transport options criteria. So it enhances its performance overall, not just on the emissions score.
Great. And so therefore it would be correct to say that mode shift, which can also help with congestion, would score more on the one that's related to congestion. I forget what it's called. Yeah. Okay, that's good to hear.
Yeah, I suppose just to add to that, many of the directions that have come through the mayors and councils' direction to staff around the key programs they want to be tested in those scenarios have quite significant emission reduction benefits, particularly the CRL advancements and all those sort of things. So I think in terms of thinking, why we had one which was 4, which we've called more the emission reduction scenario. That one is we're looking a bit more broader in terms of those emission actions on top of those, whereas the bigger ones we were thinking of doing more that from the LTP direction, but they're not to say those don't have emission reduction benefits from those sort of things. So some of it will be about, is there a sort of the higher one that has that broader as well, but we'll have a think about and take that advice on board. Thanks.
Thanks. I just had one other aspect here, which is the use of renewals, and I think it was Councillor Williamson before referred to the different coloured boxes, and renewals are generally in the committed and essential or operating the system boxes, as opposed to the improving the system boxes, which is the light blue that was referred to before. So one of the things that I've been raising for a while is our opportunity, rather than just doing like for like all the time, to actually do some build back better. And I'm wanting to understand the role that build back better can play in getting us further along the pathway, as well as we look at this work program, the RLTP. I think that's going to be absolutely essential. In the first few years, it may well be trialling of things, right? And so, for example, I think AT laid some road pavement somewhere recently that's actually recycled tyres or something. So I understand that we'll need to try some things, but is that something that can be captured through this work too, the idea that Build Back Better can actually potentially result in emissions reduction. We've been doing this work with our parks and community facilities about, are there things we could decommission? We never have that conversation about transport assets.
Can I just hang on, because I fear that we are heading into discussion that was brought up at our workshop last week, and we are veering right away from what is in this report, because we're starting to talk about what we might be looking at in our LTP and stuff like that, which we will get every opportunity to discuss in depth. And I want to keep people on track as to what is this report about and whether we like it or we don't, but not diving into we should be trying to do this and we should be trying to do that, because that is an LTP discussion that was following on from a workshop we had last week, and I am absolutely determined that we will finish today, firstly on time, but sticking with what we are meant to be sticking to. So I ask your forbearance in regards to that, in terms of stick with what we've got in front of us, and we will get the opportunity to talk about the other stuff.
With respect, Chair, I have been very clear to each question come back to this piece of work, the Transport Emissions Reduction Pathway, and I note that you didn't pull up others who did.
Yeah, so
veer off.
you were running very close, councillor, to me saying to you, have you got a question? So if we've got something that is relative to this report, then please ask the question. If it's about what's coming and what we might do in the future, then hold that for when we do.
To quickly respond to that,
So I did ask a question. Thank you for confirming that.
In terms of what's been done for the LTP, there is quite a significant review been undertaken on transport renewals, and I'll just have to get the details exactly on that question, but that's quite a comprehensive piece. And I understand that also through the LTP staff sort of request, there's also more work asked on renewals as well. So there's actually quite a big piece of work around renewals. So I think through that, hopefully through the LTP, we can get to the bottom of some of these questions. Yeah.
So just to go back to the Chair's point, we do have a process for the LTP where we will come back to you on these questions, and obviously if there's anything offline that you do want to raise with us, be happy to respond to. Thanks.
Can I just ask a very quick one that ties it back to this, which was the point I was trying to make before? So addressing the way that we do renewals for Build Back Better could be a way of helping us on the transport emissions reduction pathway. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Ken.
It's all right, it's kind of been answered.
Okay, John.
In terms then of those measures that contribute to the transport emissions reduction pathway, title of the paper, Mr. Chair, just a very quick question, and you obviously you're going through a bit of the Spanish Inquisition here, but on a very practical level, and in some ways echoing Councillor Lee, obviously mode change is a fundamental part of success here. But when I look at the mode share figures for both journey to work and all trips, Auckland, despite the huge investment and ongoing investment and some really great services, it is basically about half that of Wellington, Melbourne, and Sydney, if the figures I'm looking at are correct. So are you able, and it might not be your brief, but it could be someone else's, but is someone able to give us like a more on-the-grounds insight into what's actually been happening, maybe for the last 5 years? So we actually, because when you look at PT, it's sometimes, like if I go on the buses in the weekends, it's mob with people, but obviously overall, the mode share is, I don't know if it's static or it's gone up a little bit. It's certainly not what you would hope, given the investment and everything else. So in amongst everything else, I think what I'd certainly appreciate is a little bit more insight into what appears to be happening with this, given that we have a lot of talk around here in a pretty abstract kind of almost theoretical manner, as opposed to the trends that we see on the ground, both the good and the not so good, and not least of which, of course, is the huge reliance still, despite everything, of the private vehicle in huge big parts of suburban Auckland. So that's just my pitch, Mr. Chair, something to really gain a better understanding of return on investment and what can be done in a very practical sense, utilising the resources we already have to make things better, because the figures don't seem to indicate the level of improvement that you would expect after this done.
I'll just, in response to Councillor Watson, I think AT have been doing a lot to improve public transport. When you look in the last 5 years context, you've got COVID, obviously had a hugely detrimental impact. When you look at bus patronage now, they have got bus patronage back to essentially 2019 levels, where it was pre-COVID. The rail system obviously has very much struggled, but CRL will be opening in the next few months. So that fundamentally changes our rail network and enables our public transport system to, I think, become not just more extensive across the city, but get back a positive reputation now that the whole rebuild has happened of rail. And so the rail is situated quite well for substantial expansion in the years ahead because of the hard work that AT have been doing. They just haven't achieved all the gains yet.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. So I'll move. Someone like to second? Thanks, Richard. Any debate? Thank you, team. Any debate? Any discussion?
That doesn't actually do anything. There you go. The reason I'm going to vote against this, it's a paper that doesn't actually do anything. It basically told us everything we pretty much know, where we've been, what are the issues, how do we go forward here is a thing we already knew but the specifics of this paper, and as I said, I just think that last week I was very complimentary to the intensification team for doing a fantastic job, and I gave them the attaboy. I'm sorry, team, but I thought this is an F-, so that's why I'm voting against it.
Okay.
Is this a division, or could you advise?
Well, no one's called for a division, Christine.
I'll call for a division.
Okay, we've got a division on whether we note a paper, Richard.
After you.
Mike?
I think Richard was before me, was he not?
No, you can go.
Well, I'll be brief. Unfortunately, TERP appears to have been a classic case of virtue signalling, which was totally unmoored from the reality even of that time in August 2022. The key goals have not advanced, and despite all the spin in the world, they're actually especially with public transport, which we do have a major influence over, the patronage levels have actually stagnated. Probably in terms of rail, they've gone right back. In terms of bus, they barely reached what they were in 2021. It's time we should say that not all our plans succeed. This one has been an arrant failure, and we should have the courage and integrity to own up and call it for what it was. It is a failure, and so much for the Paris Agreement and all those worthy intentions. We have let the side down. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah?
Surely it's Richard. Kia ora, I'm just going to go. Really briefly, because this is bleak, like not meeting our climate targets is bleak and frustrating. So I'm going to chuck in one positive thought that I had, which is that with the AT update, there was the movement on the safer speeds. And, for me personally, I've been in the news about this a couple of years ago. the safety of walking and safer speeds is a really big part of what puts a lot of people off active modes for the school run. So we're going in a good direction there. I'm voting in favour. That's all I got today.
Shane, we've actually called a division, and so we should actually be voting. So it was called. So yeah, right. Shane, then Richard.
I really was after you, Richard, but that's okay. You can go after me. Yeah, I just wanted to just quickly raise, every year around here, I ask for a transport plan that is compliant with our climate goals. I ask for a roadmap with specific budgets and specific climate emissions data that we can, at the very least, use as a reference point, and I haven't seen one yet. The previous sort of way that we go about things is we get plans put in front of us and vote yes or vote no. There's no optionality. There's no kicking of the tyres and giving us different sort of choices where we can prioritise climate or not. I hope that with the transport reform going through, we will be in a position where we can actually meet our climate goals or try our best through plans that are directing us that way. And it will require courage, but I think we've clearly failed, and it's very disappointing, and I had other stuff to talk about, but I won't bother. I'm going to vote for it. I'm very thankful for the report. We've just got to do better, team. Thanks, Chair.
Richard.
Thank you. I didn't ask any questions, but just wanted to briefly say Te Tarakia Tāwhiri was, quite a big move, an important one at the time. We, in the last 10 years, have had a state of emergency in the country, I think 66 days a year. I think it's one every 8 days in this country. 10 years ago, it was 13 days. Our major insurers say in the last 10 years, the claims for extreme weather events have tripled in the last 10 years. This isn't an accident, this is climate change. We put forward the TERP to match the government's emissions reduction plan. Obviously, yes, different government, but the Te Tarakia Tāwhiri, the TERP and the ERP, the government's one, were all attached to the Paris Agreement targets. Whether you like it or not, the current government still believes, as Christopher Luxon said the other day, they are also on track to reach net zero. I'm not sure how, but neither are we by the looks, obviously. But if you look at the figures, we are ahead of pre-COVID days on bus. We are getting there on ferry, not quite. On the weeks we have rail open, we are doing very well and close to pre-COVID numbers. The problem is 96 days over the last year, we had the rail closed. So of course, we cannot have any patronage recorded when we have rail closed. Stacey has also said for the last 6 times I've asked, I think, that the number of people catching public transport is well ahead of pre-COVID times. The difference is a whole lot more people have Friday at home or Monday at home or work from a hub and spoke office somewhere else. So the difference is we're getting fantastic numbers, way more than pre-COVID, people using and trusting and understanding and liking our public transport system. It's just a lot more people choose to go into an office if they're lucky enough to do that. They're doing that less. So we used to have far more people, you will remember in this place, if we weren't available for a meeting and couldn't reach this room, we were absent, we were marked down, we could never have a day coming in online. Pre-2020, it feels strange now to think about, but there was no other way to be at a workshop or a meeting other than in person. So even we, there's far less of us who come into the office 5 days a week. I mean, I'm here most days, but before COVID, nearly all of us were in this room or our office each day, many of us taking public transport. So you can tell even by our own travel patterns, the patronage is down in this room compared to pre-COVID levels, and that will be why. The TERP was also predicated on a bunch of things like light rail, didn't happen, but look, we've got the Eastern Busway, you've got new ferries, you've got the City Rail Link opening, it will show big numbers. It also was predicated on things like the Clean Car Discount, that was changed, government change, and the GPS. Remember the GPS around this table? We had to put $500 million more into it because yes, the government, and that's fine, they campaigned on that, they removed walking and cycling funding. We cannot even get partnership funding for a project that includes walking and cycling now. Considering the last big injection of cycling funding was from the last national government, it was significant. It was more bipartisan around walking and cycling, and I'm sure one day we'll get back to that. We owe it to the next generation to continue this. You will say that, oh, why aren't other countries doing this? China just put in more solar in the last year than the whole world has ever done before. America this year is producing more renewable energy than energy from coal. Other countries are doing this. We also need to play our part. Yes, the TERP was extremely ambitious and unfunded, but so was the roads of national significance, and that was $55 billion, and now, as we've all realised, it was a little bit too expensive and everything's reforming. So there's a lot more work to do on the LTP, but I hope that people will back more decisions. We put forward a climate action targeted rate that put out 15 more frequent bus services, and as Stacey said today, we're 100 buses ahead of our target for electric buses. That is significant. You will notice the difference if you're on our streets with those electric buses, over 400 of them, when we had, in 2021, we had 10. So 5 years, massive change. We can all do more, but I just want to obviously support this because it's just a factual paper. So thank you, Chair.
Okay, we are going to division. It's been called, and so on resolve, and so we'll hand it over to the staff.
Members, a division has been called on the motion.
Excuse me, Chair, I'm online and nothing's come up for me. I will vote for.
Okay.
That motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we then now go to the AT bylaws. Hello, Paul.
Thank you. Through the Chair. This report is more administrative and housekeeping in nature. It's got two parts. The first is the transfer of Auckland Transport bylaws to Auckland Council, and the second is the transfer of the Auckland Transport policies and plans to Council. On the Auckland Transport bylaws, the legislation requires Council to make minimum changes necessary to complete the transfer. This includes, for example, very basic stuff, replacing Auckland Transport with Auckland Council as the bylaw maker, referencing the role of local boards that are prescribed in the legislation, and making some consequential changes to hang it all together. You will notice the report also suggests some changes to the delegation split for future reviews between this committee and the Regulatory and Safety Committee. And you'll all know that the Regulatory and Safety Committee to date has been responsible for all bylaw reviews. The report suggests that the vehicle use and parking bylaw is the main transport-related bylaw within this committee's remit. That said, though, the committee could consider referring even that bylaw to the Regulatory and Safety Committee, just noting that any proposed changes and the final decision to make a bylaw resides with the governing body. and so all members will still get a chance to review any of those changes should you be comfortable with that position. For the Auckland Transport policies and plans, a similar approach is recommended to make very minimal changes necessary to give effect to the legislated transfer of those policies and plans to the Council. And just lastly, I'd like to note that all of those Auckland Transport bylaws have a scheduled review date, and that a program to review the policies and plans will be developed at a later date as well. So accompanying me is Hamish and Werner, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Anything, Hamish, Werner? Nothing? Questions, John Gillan.
Thank you. Look, I'm happy with this except for one part, which is the part that's going to be delegating the special events and filming decision making to governing body rather than local boards. And I just wonder if you could explain that, please, because if that happens, then local boards won't be able to, they won't be making these decisions themselves. They'll likely be delegating it onto staff, but they won't be able to recall it back or have input into it. It's part 25, or sorry, part 6, then section 25.
And did you have a clause reference for that too that I'm trying to find? Clause 25, special events or special events in filming. Is that the one you're referring to?
Sorry, page 2 of attachment A has the interpretation which mentions that clause 25 will be going to the governing body, and then if you scroll down to page 6, it's under part 6, special events and filming, 25, special events and filming, that part there.
So I'm still not sure if we're looking at the same thing, because the one that I'm looking at, and apologies because I don't have numbers on the web version, but it's in the grey box, and 25, clause 25, which is special events and filming, excluding matters related to governing body resolutions. That is something that local boards will have control of. Not sure if that answers your question as to that local boards do have some allocated decision-making powers. And I suppose the only other thing to add is that because the allocations are prescribed in statute, we aren't really in a position to change them.
Okay, sorry, I might be reading this around the wrong way then, so that's okay. Thanks. Thank you.
No further questions? Thank you, team. Someone like to move? Thank you, Lotu. Seconded, Shane. Any discussion, debate? Put it as per. All those in favour say aye. And against? Carried. Thank you. Okay, the road classification framework. So Hamish is back and Huna. All yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With me today, my name's Hamish Bunn, Strategic Transport Lead with Auckland Council, and with me I've got Werner Pretorius from Auckland Transport, who's been assisting with the production of the roads classification framework. I believe we had some slides. I've got the beeper. So you'll recall that the transition legislation required Auckland Council to develop a road classification framework, and what this basically does is it's a means for allocating transport decision making between local boards and the governing body, with the basic idea that the governing body is responsible for arterials, which are defined as including city centre, Eden Park, and residual roads, which we'll come back to in a moment, whereas local boards receive increased or get to make some decisions on local and collector roads. So we need to develop this framework, and then propose it to the Minister for final approval, for endorsement before it's endorsed by Council at the end. So we're really seeking your approval of the framework as it stands so it can go to the Minister for final consideration. In terms of the development of this process, there was legislation setting out the broad criteria for defining arterial roads, which you'll recall were really that arterials include those roads that have high volumes of general traffic, public transport and freight. And in the paper itself, attached to the paper, you can see a more developed set of the criteria that we've used to set out exactly what would meet those thresholds. I'll take all of that as read generally. We have, during the course of this process, engaging on those criteria, sought feedback from local boards through workshops and business meetings. We've brought this material to this committee and that workshop forum. We've had it endorsed by the Auckland Transport Interim Board, and we've engaged with officials from the Ministry of Cities, Environment and Regions and Transport. So the main changes that we've made as a result of that is that we increased the threshold from buses under the public transport significance criteria from 38 buses in a single direction to 48. We removed temporary high productivity mobility vehicle routes from the definition of significant freight. And then we recognised some specific changes around the Aotea, Great Barrier, Waiheke and Albert Eden. So we've responded generally to the feedback that we've received, and overall now the framework allocates roughly 75% of Auckland's road network, excluding state highways, to local boards, or defines those as being local roads where local board governance will work, and roughly 25% to the governing body. So in terms of those main elements of the framework, as I said, it's arterials, road carrying significant volumes of traffic, Eden Park and city centre precincts. Should note that the definition of arterials includes 30 metres down side roads. This ensures that we have a single cohesive decision making over all of those aspects that are necessary to effectively run arterials where the significant traffic occurs, and then land that's under council control that is contemplated to be in the remit of the governing body. I should say that this is a new element since we had the workshop. And the reason that we're talking about this element is that the definition in the legislation under the Land Transport Act, the definition of a road includes any place that a vehicle can access, so that covers parks and car parks that are under council control. And so as part of the framework, we needed to allocate those areas for decision-making purposes. And the approach that we took there, which is consistent with the legislation, is generally speaking where a park or some piece of land is under council decision-making already, governing body decision-making already, then we allocated that to the governing body. If it's under local board decision-making, then we allocated that to the local boards. This was all based off the council's land parcel database. There's 12,000 land parcels that we were dealing with. Of those 12,000, 3,000 were unallocated. And so as an interim measure, we took the decision to allocate those to the governing body, and over the next 12 to 18 months we'll review those parcels in more detail, and then next time the framework is updated we can reallocate those land parcels during the review. I should say this is a reasonably minor issue because there are actually relatively few transport decisions made over parks and beaches and regional parks and whatnot. It's more of just a requirement to make sure that we're complying with the legislation. We are proposing a change control process where the framework is updated before every 3 years in line with the election cycles, although that will mean that we are doing an update within about 18 months. So that'll give us a chance to bed the framework down and fix any issues that we see that arise with this. And so finally, another key aspect of this is we are working up a public portal so that, everybody can understand this new decision-making framework. Elected members and local boards and the public can go to the portal on the council website and see a map and understand which park, which road is under the decision-making of governing body or where local boards have their role. So we're trying to make it as simple as possible. And then finally, in terms of next steps for political approval, we're looking to submit it to the MCERT, to the ministry. Then it'll go to the Minister for Cabinet. Because it's secondary legislation, it will be presented to Parliament on we believe, the week commencing 1st of September, and then it'll come back here for final approval, and we're proposing to delegate that to the Mayor, the Chair of this committee, and a Hukura member yet to be identified. So in terms of the recommendations, they're in the paper. Approve the draft framework, delegate any minor changes to the Chair, and then provide it to the ministry officials so they can take it through the rest of the process. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Hamish. Questions, Lotu?
Kia ora, thanks Chair and thanks team. I just want to refer to the feedback from the Otara Papatoetoe local board at Roman number 3. They note that the spatial mapping shows large parts of the urban south, the southern isthmus, and parts of West Auckland have more arterial and freight roads than other parts of Auckland. And they say that having more heavy vehicles going through their residential areas creates inequities, including things like clogging up residential streets and pollution, etc. Did your team respond to that feedback? And is that true? Is there a disproportionately higher number of arterial routes, freight routes going through residential areas in South and West Auckland? Kia ora.
I wouldn't say that there's a disproportionate number of freight routes going through residential areas. I should have been clear about the framework. All the framework does is it allocates decision making. So local boards have the new decision making, role provided by the legislation, and this is just a way of saying, okay, over which part of the road network will local boards get to make their decisions versus which part are going to be defined as arterials where the governing body will get to make decisions. So we're not changing freight routes in any practical way. The criteria define arterials as including areas of significant freight movement, and that includes some high productivity mobility vehicle routes. And really the effect of that has been to make most of the industrial sort of areas come under the arterials classification, and that may be the issue that the local board are referring to. We didn't respond specifically to them, but we did take the issue into account, and we think that allocation, it's sort of unfortunate that some local boards have more freight industrial areas than others, but we think that allocation of those freight industrial areas, because they form really important part of regional networks, was an appropriate way to go to allocate those areas to the governing body.
Kia ora. And although those decisions sit with the governing body, the local boards can still feed in to those decisions, right?
Absolutely. The local boards will still be consulted on anything that goes on in those areas, and they can still advocate to governing body for changes that will occur in those areas. So that nothing in this framework takes away from those roles.
And you said every 3 years is an update of the framework?
That's right. We're proposing to review the framework every 3 years. So that would be the framework itself, the kind of criteria that we've got in there, and also the maps, because the network does change over time. Some routes may see more traffic. We may put more public transport on. So, routes may become arterials, or they may shift away from meeting the arterials definition. So hence the review. A 3-year cycle reflects that it does require approval by the minister. There is a bit of work to it, so we think that's the appropriate balance.
Kia ora. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Sarah?
Hello. One of the questions I had has been answered in terms of how will the public know which road is, whose responsibility. So you've said that about the portal, which is awesome. I presume, but just based on your description, I presume people will be able to type in their street name rather than finding it on a map, because that's hard, can be hard.
The expectation is that it would be both. You have an interactive map where you can scroll to an individual parcel or individual road, but you should also be able to search it.
Awesome. The other question I had is a bit more substantial. Private roads are whited out on all the maps, and I can understand why that is. But sometimes those private roads provide access to things like public parks, and that there can be some really difficult, awkward situations there. I think I've asked this in one of the workshops, but I guess what I'm trying to understand is if something comes up in that scenario, so say for example a bit of public reserve can only be accessed by a by a private road for whatever specific reason, whose jurisdiction will that come under?
If the road is private, I think the right answer would be to say that it wouldn't appear under this jurisdiction. We wouldn't have picked that up in the allocation because it's not council-controlled land. I imagine that if the park it was accessing was a park that's defined as local land, then the local board would, that park would fall under the local board remit, and the local board would sort of take the lead on engaging on that issue.
Okay, because at the moment there are private roads where AT has access permission, but not, they can't fix it or whatever the situation is, but they are allowed to access it because it gets to one of those assets. So I guess the short answer is depends on the asset. Okay, kia ora.
Greg. Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just some rapid fire questions, I think. Just before the final, when we go through to the final approval of Hamish, it doesn't go in front of the local boards again between now and then, that process. Yeah. And I think you might receive some feedback. I'm just wondering how you dealt with it in terms of when state highway accidents occur and traffic has to be diverted across roads, and suddenly they become very busy when normally they're not very busy. They could potentially convert from a local classification, I don't know, to arterial potentially. Have we worked through that satisfactorily in your own mind?
What we did there is that for those roads that did see diversions, typically they'd be picked up on one of the criteria, so they would be defined as an arterial. But we're not, and Verna can correct me there, but we're not proposing to sort of change the classification in real time. We're only proposing to do updates every 3 years. So we've tried to, within the guidance of the legislation, capture those roads that do fulfil an arterial function. But if they don't necessarily pick up diversions, that's just a matter we'll just have to keep an eye on in the review phase.
And what about paper roads? Where do we land with those?
Paper roads is covered in as well, and there's two categories. Majority of the paper roads goes to local board for decision making, but if the paper road falls within a regional park, for example, then it goes to governing body. So it's majority local board and some exceptions based on the parcel.
Yeah, that's great. I just wanted to check that. I thought so. And then the portal itself, when have we got a timeline when that might be available?
Expectations is that it should be available on day 1 in August.
Can't wait. Hope so. And finally, if there's ever a dispute, if there's a governing, if a decision affects both a local road and an arterial road, and a decision made by either a local board or the governing body, how do we work through those disputes, or how do we resolve that type of unintended consequence, or it's just as a consequence of a decision either body might make?
Unfortunately, I can't speak to that one. That's, I think, some advice that you'll receive separately on the overall decision-making process. I will say, though, that we have tried with this framework to make it as clear as possible which roads are sitting with which governing body to try and, with which, body to try and avoid areas where there are sort of overlapping jurisdictional elements.
Thank you for that.
Sorry, through the chair, if I could just add to that, we're reporting actually to governing body next week on that decision-making framework, certainly in principle. And in broad terms, if you've got a road or a couple of roads which are so interconnected and one's local and one's arterial, for example, we think that the two decisions, so the governing body decision and the local board decision, can be made, kind of separately by those two bodies, but we would ensure that they're, kind of connected and the timing works together. Where there might be 2 or 3 local boards involved in an area, again, they can do it separately. There might be opportunities for more of a joint committee. So that's what we'll bring to you. In broad terms, we think those two matters can be done by the relevant decision makers, but we'll make sure the timing and everything fits together. That's how we think it will work.
Thank you, Megan. And just to relate another thought there in terms of NZTA roads, does that need to be part of that discussion?
Yes, because sometimes there will be maybe some exits or entrances in and onto the state highway. So again, we would want to work with NZTA just to make sure those timings go. But again, we're hoping in most cases, as Hamish said, there's a clear decision maker and then that decision maker makes the decision, whatever that might be. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Megan. Thank you.
John Gillen.
Well, thank you. Well, just on that disputes, there's actually a whole section in there about resolving disputes between the governing body and local boards, and if they can't agree, then it gets escalated to the local government commission. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's the dispute process, but that is in the process that's coming to you, I think, next week, that Megan's been talking to, rather than what's in the framework.
Sure, but I think Councillor Sayers was asking what if there's a dispute over between the governing body and the local boards over some of this. Anyway, look, I've actually got a number of questions here. My first one is, I just want to confirm that today we are going to be adopting the maps as they are here, because I've got concerns about a number of irregularities and things that I don't think are quite correct. So what happens if post today those issues need to be addressed?
I think we have some limited scope for relatively minor tidy-ups, but otherwise, yes, we are seeking adoption of those maps as part of the framework.
And what if it contradicts local park management plans, reserve management plans, which show that local parks come under local boards, but here if we adopt something and it's either not yellow, it might be blue or grey, what's going to happen there? Which legislation takes precedence?
I mean, in terms of this framework only applies to transport-related decisions over those parcels of land. So, for example, things like, vehicle access to parks, parking management within areas that are defined as parks, vehicle access to beaches, things along those lines, where decisions need to be made here. Those are the only kinds of decisions that we're allocating under this framework. It doesn't go to RMA, it doesn't go to anything else. So, that's the impact. And then otherwise, we've got an opportunity to tidy all this up over the next 18 months. As I said, there were a number, 3,000 parcels of land that in the database weren't allocated to governing body or local boards, and we made the call, since some of those dealt with some reasonably, I understand, some complex property areas, in the short run to allocate them to the governing body, and then, over the next 18 months they'll be reviewed, and we'll fix those allocations in the next review.
Okay, thank you. Now, a little while ago, and I can't remember when it was, I think we were told that you were proposing about 1/3 of the roading network to come under governing body, either through arterial or other means. What's that figure at now after all the revisions?
It's
either percentage or kilometres?
Roughly 26% would be defined as arterials, And I should say that's not a target that we set or anything like that. That's just the result of the framework. And that's in terms of roading network. We haven't applied that to the land parcels. No.
Okay, thank you. Look, I've raised before at workshops that I'm not happy with the thresholds that we've got to and how we've got to here. I'm happy with how the legislation is laid out, but I think they've left too much flexibility for council. So I've got some questions now on how you've reached these thresholds. So for arterial roads, why have you chosen the figure of 5,000 vehicles per day to be used as the threshold for between local and arterial? When that's inconsistent with the 10,000 that's used to define the difference between chip seal and asphalt. And it also means that there's a whole lot of roads that are actually not arterial in real life that are now showing up as arterial. So where did that 5,000 figure come from?
The 5,000 figure, we looked at a number of options here, AT staff in particular, and this one was chosen as it aligned with the NZTA's One Network Road classification, definition or threshold for arterials. And it also broadly aligned with the sort of allocation of roads that we'd already defined as strategic roads in AT's Future Connect framework. The matter of chip seal is more of a sort of economic decision about a threshold for when it becomes more sensible and economical to apply chip seal versus tar seal rather than a sort of roading functional allocation.
Well, it's also a wear and tear, an indication of how many, how well used the road is. But NZTA's road classifications has primary arterials and secondary arterials. So you've used the 5,000 figure, is that for secondary arterial, is it? Because that means that, looking at what you've come up with here, I would have defined it in a way that the secondary arterials were actually the connectors, and it's really only the primary arterials we're looking at. But yeah, I don't know, is that a question?
Yeah, for the purposes of arterial, if it's labelled as arterial, that's what we include as arterial, and they have different layers of arterial, from your busiest being your strategic arterials to the more minor arterials, but all of it, if it's labelled arterial, we classify it as that.
Yeah, I think that's part of the issue. Okay. On public transport, you've raised the figure from 35 buses per day to 48 buses per day. Can you just elaborate on that? Because it would seem that then in the 12-hour period that would only be like 4 an hour that you're looking at there. And so if a road carries only 4 an hour, then it gets elevated to arterial?
Yes. So the original proposal was to align with 38 buses an hour. Now, remember that the definition is a significant number of significant public transport movements. The original approach was to say that this align it with the connector network, which is 38 buses an hour in the busiest direction. However, following feedback, we raised that threshold to 48 buses an hour in the busiest direction, which is the frequent network. So in the context of the public transport movements, that number of buses an hour is very significant because that represents the frequent network where we're putting a great deal of resource in ensuring, a 15-minute service, sort of 7 to 7 or better. So that they do play, it does play a very significant part of the roading network. Sorry, I should say of the public transport network.
Okay, I've got a question about the 30 metres. So you're proposing that where a local road or a connector road adjoins an arterial road, that intersection, that 30 metres of the non-arterial road will also come under the governing body decision making. However, how do you align that with the legislation which actually puts all local roads and connector roads under local boards in their entirety? It doesn't say you can take back portions of it. So the way I read the legislation, so how does that actually work?
I mean, the approach that we're taking is that, there's a couple of underlying reasons for this, but ultimately, where you have traffic controls such as stop signs or or other types of traffic controls, they typically have sight lines, and those sight lines are up to 30 metres. So, so to exercise control and management of the arterial network, where the significant traffic movement is occurring, you actually need to exercise control and decision making, including that 30 metres where you may be requiring sight lines. So we've taken the approach that, that 30 metres does form a part of the arterial network from a decision making perspective where the significant traffic flows are occurring. This is also sort of simplifies the decision-making model because it's making clear that all the decisions needed to manage the arterials are sitting under one body, and that's the governing body. So it's sort of simplifying and streamlining the decision-making approach over the parts of the road network where the significant traffic flow is occurring. Sorry, I should add that, we understand that there's a similar approach taken in London, and NZTA does something similar as well. So there is precedence for this sort of thing.
It's interesting because it's not how I read the legislation, which says that local board has the powers, functions and responsibilities as per Schedule 4 in relation to local roads and collector roads within its local board area, which would include those 30 metres. I would read it that you actually have to ask the Governor-General and the Minister to formally revoke the local board authority over those 30-metre sections as per Section 47C4. So I don't agree with this. I also don't think it's needed to streamline because the legislation does say that the local board needs to take note of and consider, public transport and movement of arterial traffic and stuff in its decision making. I'll move on to the next one. Town centres, why are you designating roads going through town centres as being under the governing body instead of under local boards? I mean, these are clearly local board areas, and local boards are responsible for, place making and all sorts of stuff within the town centres. It just doesn't seem right that the governing body would be interested or have a regional significant interest in local town centres.
Well, those areas travelling through town centres still have significant traffic flows, significant public transport flows, significant freight flows. They still make up part of the arterial network. From a driver's perspective, that's still the same network that they've been on. So we recognise that there's a strong interest from local boards in placemaking in town centres, and local boards will have all the same ability to advocate for their local town centre areas, but those areas still meet the definitions in the legislation, and we wanted to avoid a situation where along a route or along a road, then governance of that route would change along the course of the route between, you might drive sort of a couple of 100 metres, it's in a local board area where they're applying their localised set of rules, and then outside of that area, you're onto an arterial. So from the perspective of overall network management, the approach was taken to stick with the definitions in the legislation.
Thanks, John. Morris.
Yeah, I've asked Lata if it's possible by the email to bring up map number 10, because I just wanted you to have a look at it. I'm really only just getting some advice here. It's not that I've got a particular strong position either way. When the original legislation was tabled in the Parliament, and because the then Minister of Transport was a local MP, I actually went and saw him and I said, what did you mean by giving control back to the local board? It was out of interest as to how far he wanted it to go. He said the intention, and the Cabinet paper's clear on it, is that we want to give back nearly every road and we can in an area other than something that is a major arterial route that joins on to a next local board, and therefore there can be boundaries and border issues and so on. And I said to him, well, in the area we are, what would you think that meant? And he named 4. He said Pakuranga Road right through to Howick. He said Te Rākau Drive where the Eastern Busway runs. He said Te Arangi that runs down to the bottom of the electorate to Otara, and a parallel road called Chapel Road, and then he said, basically that's it. And he said all the other roads should stay with the local boards for decision, because they don't, as you can see, the People's Republic of Howick pretty much doesn't border anybody. I used to be quite proud of the fact that 93% of my electorate boundary was water, so they couldn't stuff me around taking electorate boundary changes. But if you look at that, if you go down to Highbrook, every road is blue. Every road down in that bottom left-hand corner, or middle left-hand. And if you go up even around the schools in Half Moon Bay, all the side roads and a place like Priestley Drive running up to it. So I'm just wondering, first of all, we've got a different Minister of Transport now, so he might see a difference from what the original minister saw. But if the original minister thought maybe 4 roads, I'm keen to know how we ended up with just a plethora of quite small side roads. As I said, Priestley Drive is a little wee road that runs from Bucklands Beach up to the Maclean's College gate. It has not what you'd call a major thoroughfare or major traffic or whatever. So when I look at that, the worry I've got, and I'll tell you, I can ask you the question of this. The original concern we had is that Auckland Transport kept making decisions isolated from the local community. And the legislation was going to give the local community back some power to have some say over their part of the world. And now it looks like a big chunk of that's going to go back to the GB. Now, there's no way the governing body's going to be sitting here every couple of weeks looking at every road in Howick or the other 21 local boards or 20 local boards. I don't quite know how we ended up with that much blue. And I wondered if you can explain, is that in keeping with what the original legislation wanted?
Thank you. Well, you know, I suspect that the minister had an original intent, and that's obviously modified by the words that Parliament approved in legislation. And we're sort of working to those words, and those words around the definition of arterial were the roads carrying significant traffic volumes, significant freight volumes, and significant public transport volumes. And in the case of, you know, those industrial areas, we have said that the movement of heavy vehicles, high productivity mobility vehicles that need to work on a regional or even interregional basis is significant. And so that definition picks up a lot of those, you know, the freight area that you can see in Highbrook. And I should say that this is highly supported by the freight industry. And then otherwise, we're picking up the main arterials or those places where we're running, you know, the high frequency public transport routes. So we're ensuring that the governing body, through this framework, has decision-making over the really core parts of the network. And as I've said, roughly 25% of the overall road network, the local sort of network under Auckland Council's control, is under the governing body versus 75% under the local board.
So just to pick up, the mistake I've obviously made is I've read very carefully the wording of the original cabinet paper and what was the intent. Are you telling me that the select committee and then the Parliament changed those intentions of the original cabinet paper to broaden the definitions?
My recollection, and I do stand to be corrected, is that yes, this definition did change along the way.
Okay, all right. Well, then I've been reading the cabinet paper only, and that's my mistake. My bad. I apologise.
Okay, no further questions. I'll ask just on following up on that. So by my reading it, the Howick Local Board was in favour of what was proposed in terms of the arterial routes. Is that right?
I apologise, I can't recall.
No, it is. I mean, they support in general the arterial routes for freight and public transport. So, all good. Okay, any further questions on this? Okay, someone like to move? Thanks a lot to second Richard. Thank you, team. Big chunk of work, and I see Rebecca out the back there. Yeah, big chunk of work going and sitting down with every local board and discussing this with them and sort of trying to work together all of the different views. So a pretty tricky one. Any debate? No?
Yep.
Oh, yes.
Sorry, I was expecting more people to want to talk to this. Okay. All right. Mr. Chair, I've been raising my concerns with the classification framework for a while now, and I'm afraid that I can't support where it has landed. The intention of the legislation that is bringing transport back under democratic control and accountability was to empower local boards with decision-making over local roads to ensure that decisions are made locally by elected representatives so the public can have the ability to raise concerns and requests locally. At the same time, arterial roads of regional significance are to come under the governing body, but there should be very few roads that meet this threshold, and they should be the obvious ones. Unfortunately, though, the legislation has been left too loose in the way it defines local roads versus arterial roads, so it has been left to Auckland Council to determine its own thresholds. Mr. Chair, I believe that what is in front of us today are the wrong thresholds that will result in too many local suburban roads being governed by the governing body as though they are regionally significant. Anyone living on a number of these roads won't be able to get their local concerns dealt with by their local board. This is not what the public are expecting, and I don't believe it is what the government intended when it passed the law. The governing body has no business making decisions over many of these suburban roads. If we pass what is in front of us today, we'll be squandering the opportunity to return roads to local decision makers. The maps on the agenda, and I was, like Morris, I've got a map here as well. The maps on the agenda show a ridiculous amount of arterial roads in blue. There is no way that these are all arterial roads. They've been called up as faux arterial roads because the thresholds are wrong. For vehicle numbers, the proposal says that any road that carries over 5,000 vehicles per day is an arterial road. That's way too low. And we heard earlier that that's because of the wider arterial grouping that's been used rather than primary arterials. Roads don't even qualify for asphalting instead of chip sealing until they reach 10,000 vehicles per day. And even that is too low to be considered arterial, and 15,000 or 20,000 is probably a more realistic figure to be used. On public transport, I acknowledge the proposals increase the threshold to 48 buses per day from the earlier draft at 35, but that is still only 4 buses an hour, assuming a 12-hour period. Quiet suburban roads are being unfairly caught up. This threshold needs to be higher to qualify as significant volume of public transport, which is what the legislation requires. For freight, I acknowledge that the proposal again has removed temporary high productivity mobility vehicle routes, but again, there are still too many roads marked as arterial when they are local or collector due to being close to local industrial commercial areas. This threshold also needs to be higher. On top of this, governing body decision making will stretch 30 metres into all local and connector roads where they come off arterial roads. This is way over the top and undermines local decision making. The concern is that local boards might hold up decisions on arterial roads, but there is no need for that because in the legislation, local boards must have regard to freight and public transport through the area. And it also says that when making decisions, a local board must do so in a manner that does not obstruct regionally significant transport projects and services. There is no need for this 30-metre rule. For the same reason, local boards can safely have authority over roads going through local town centres. They don't need to sit with the governing body. And lastly, while we're not dealing with it today, we need to bear in mind that at the workshop last week, it seems that many members are intending to support delegating the bulk of decisions allocated to the governing body back to staff. That will mean that a lot of the decision making over these blue roads that have been taken off AT staff will actually be returned back to the same staff, which makes me wonder, what was the point in all of this? Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, well, I'll just cap it off. So I take a little bit of a different view on this, and I guess my fear is that we create 21 local roading authorities across Auckland, which is not the intent of the Act. So the intent of the Act is to allow the council to have greater say in things like the planning and the large stuff, whilst also putting back some decision making to local boards and some to the governing body to enable local decision making in the appropriate place, but also the recognition of the importance of our transport network which exists across Auckland. That would be hugely impacted if we had 21 different ideas going on roads that are arterial and spread across the area. The risk is that we then create an opportunity for this to fail. And I can guarantee that there will be very few people sitting in this room, and I know from having sat through, and Shane was the same, we sat through just about every local board workshop on this. There is anxiety on local boards about the level of decision making, about how many decisions they will have to make. I sat in one the other day when we were talking about the decision making, where there was anxiety about how much money they got paid to lift themselves because of the amount of decision making they saw themselves having to have. Another was concerned about what it meant for them in their community, making decisions that have been made by Auckland Transport up until this point that they're going to be responsible for, and what that made them look like in their community. Those are the sorts of things that we are getting from local boards. And yes, they want to be able to have more control over things in their communities, and they are going to get that. 75% of the roads or thereabouts, maybe 1% either way, are going to have the decision making made by local boards. That is huge. And I really do want to reiterate, the risk here is that if we drill down and pull back from arterials, and the 30 metres, as was mentioned, is applied by NZTA in a lot of instances. It actually works, and the reason for that is that it takes the importance of the network and those intersections into consideration, as opposed to having different setups, as opposed to having decisions that are made that don't consider vehicle tracking onto that road, and all sorts of things. There are so many examples where if we didn't have that 30 metre, which is one section, it's one residential section in general that we're talking about into the intersection, what it means is that intersection actually flows as part of the arterial. So, look, we can vote against this if you want, but my, I guess plea to you is that we can change this in 18 months' time if we find that this is an appalling abomination in Auckland and the wheels have fallen off and the sky has fallen in. But this is, I think there's been a lot of work done. The staff have talked with local boards, have really got fantastic feedback from local boards in regards to this. In general, you're always going to get bits and pieces that oppose and are different, but in general, the local boards are happy with this, and it is for, it'll be for 18 months. And so I'm suggesting there's a bit of science behind this. Quote my old mate Wayne Walker, who used to be here, and said, look at the science. There's a bit of science behind this, and I urge you to just take the staff's advice here. They've worked, they've changed, and it is enabled through the legislation, and the ministry have MCERT officials have basically agreed that this is an appropriate stance and can be done. They're waiting for us to see what we do with it. So I sort of urge you to accept this, and then we see what happens in 18 months.
So you've fundamentally changed your mind, Mr. Chair. Do you think you've seen enough, you believe, to see it differently?
I'm supporting this. And I've never had a different view on that, King.
Oh, I thought, okay, talk to you later. Thanks.
Okay, so no more. So we will put it to the vote. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And against?
Against.
Aye.
Record against, please.
So if you wanted to vote it, just let the staff know if you wanted to against.
Can they just call out, was that Councillor Fletcher?
So Councillor Fletcher, you were voting which way?
I'm voting in favour.
And Desley?
Yes.
And Joe?
Yes.
Good. Hope you're feeling better, Joe. Okay, thank you. It's carried. So we will move on. We're going to hear we'll consider the last three items together. So thank you, Shane. Second. Thank you, Morris. Any discussion, any questions? Happy to leave. Those in favour say aye. And against, carried. Thanks, everyone. The meeting is hereby closed. Thank you. You're now able to leave, Morris.